persada dunia. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
Jago sukan apa jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni?
Aduh, limumu lagi gatal sangat.
Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelemamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
the land of God.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. peroleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in.
I'm a rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL MY Season 14 is powered by Moonton, KPRG, and MSNJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8, king of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner, up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-14 bersiaran langsung dari Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini dan hari ini adalah hari pertama Minggu Diraja. Now for your information, pasal semua orang yang tak tahu pasal Minggu Diraja adalah satu minggu that's filled with back-to-back action. Maksud tu, semua perlawanan yang jadi di Minggu Diraja ni, semua perlawanan yang sangat-sangat dinantikan kepada audience kita. Kita akan tengok Farmers SRG and all those kind of hottest plays of the season. And of course, semua orang masih lagi tengah fight for the slot to the playoffs sebab 6 pasukan sahaja yang boleh masuk ke playoffs. Pasukan yang ke bawah tu akan lose slot dorang, which is technically pasukan yang dapat nombor 10 akan hilang slot mereka dan pasukan yang dapat nombor 9 boleh kekalkan slot mereka kalau dorang boleh kalahkan challenger daripada MAL. And of course, transfer window masih lagi dibuka. So, semua benda boleh lagi berubah with the next upcoming 2 weeks of MPL Malaysia. Okay guys, so mesti semua orang dah tak sabar nak tengok perlawanan hari ini. Tapi sebelum tu, apa kata kita tengok jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini? Untuk match pembukaan hari ini, Homeboys menentang Monster Vicious. Now, ini adalah perlawanan yang sangat-sangat penting untuk Homeboys. Mereka masih lagi tengah cari kemenangan pertama mereka. Dan Monster Vicious, adakah dorang akan continue win streak dorang ataupun dorang akan dapat kekalahan pertama? Untuk match kedua, JP Niners menentang Todak. Dua-dua pasukan dapat kekalahan minggu lalu. Now, siapa akan berjaya untuk bangkit hari ini? Alright guys, now kita tahu match pertama akan jadi sengit sebab Homeboys masih lagi tengah mencari kemenangan pertama. Mata dorang nak 3 mata penuh untuk at least stay comfy in the league. MV, they're very comfy sebab dorang tengah win streak sekarang. Tapi sebelum tu, I nak inform korang pasal MOBIS Award. Alright, now undian untuk MOBIS Award sedang dibuka sehingga 3 November. Now, banyak kategori yang MLBB tercalon. And the categories are Live Event of the Year, Mobile Competitive Game of the Year, Mobile Game of the Year and Mobile Strategy of the Year. Korang juga jangan lupa untuk undi Moonton untuk kategori Mobile Developer of the Year. And of course, kita ada player yang tercalon juga, which is Sekais. So jangan lupa vote untuk Mobile Player of the Year. Dan last sekali, undi Falcons AP brand untuk kategori Mobile Team of the Year. Now, mesti korang tengah tanya, macam mana nak vote kan? Macam mana nak support Moonton, Mobile Legends, MPL dan juga players kita? Senang je, korang pergi ke website mobileawards.com, cari butang vote now dan korang dah boleh undi setiap hari sampai 3 November sahaja. Okay? Now, I'm pretty sure semua orang dah tak sabar, tak nak dengar I goreng dah atas pentas ni. So, apa kata? Let's show it to the casters to start hari pertama Minggu Diraja. With that, casters, take it away.
Yes, thank you, Rose. Put up your best outfits because it's time to greet the royalties. Royal Rumble Royal Week. It's week number 4, day 1, MPL Malaysia season 14. And we're going to start it off with one of the highlights of Friday. It's going to be Homeboys against Monster Vicious. It's me, Husky, alongside Gideon Q.
Yep, shout out to Aziza. Once again, if you're watching live on stream, a dedicated follower and watcher of MPL MY. We love you. Thank you so much for your support. But today, as mentioned, Rose has told us, Minggu Diraja, the king-making week. We're going to see some of the best games here today, and hopefully we're going to see our stand holders, especially when we've got Hotlink, one of our sponsors, the MPL MY, making sure that they're going to be playing at their best.
Absolutely. Best 5G for lightning fast MLBB gaming with Hotlink. You can enjoy unmatched latency and even get 20% off in-game items. Let's take a look at the current standings right now, because the kings so far have been Selangor Red Giants and Team Vamos, currently in the first and second spot. And we're looking at Monster Vicious to break into that slot if they can take down Homeboys in a clean fashion, whereas for Homeboys, they're at the bottom alongside with RSG MY. Only these two teams have yet to find a series win.
To be fair, Monster Vicious still hasn't played all of their series just yet. They're catching up to SRG as well as Team Vamos, but it looks like their scoreline might just end up like SRG's if they win today's match 2-0 against the Homeboys. Currently, for them, not doing that great. And I would have imagined that these two teams will be reversed in the standings based off of last season, but now things have changed dramatically.
Yeah, and in a very drastic manner, right? Homeboys, they were the runner-ups for last season. They were the winners the season prior to that, and right now, obviously with a new roster, they're trying to find their first win. Let's bring out the Homeboys roster and give you guys a good look of what we have for today. Izanami, Amao, Mao, and So, and of course, we also have Crush, who was just brought into the transfer window for this week.
Now, interestingly enough, we don't have much information about Crush. The most we know is that the coach has brought him in, and they've had ties beforehand. The coach has definitely put some work into this player, and hopefully that investment comes true for the Homeboys, because right now they're not in a good spot. Despite Izanami coming into the lineup, and yes, technically this should be the meta for AML, who likes playing assassins, but even so, we need to see them play as 5 rather than 2 over 3.
Yeah, and all of the series so far, they have lost with a 1-2 scoreline, right?
Yes.
So we know that Homeboys can do it, but can they keep it consistent enough to bring it through the finishing line? That is something that we're looking for today. Maybe Crush is that hidden recipe, right? It's the sauce that Homeboys have been looking for, but they're up against Monster Vicious, undefeated so far, 3-0 on the leaderboard. No changes in the roster. Martizi, Zeno, Uni, Nova Escobar, and Ruff.
Yeah, and the people in the background is making MV look so good. With a full local lineup and also a coaching staff that's also fully local, they're making sure that they're using their individual strengths to not only provide well in the draft, but also counter-drafting. They've been doing really, really well on blue side or even on red side. The rotations have been clean, but the most important part is that this looks like a polished 5.
Oh, absolutely. Even when you look at how they take on small skirmishes or big team fights, right? The unison feels like a dance that they've choreographed multiple times. And I think Monster Vicious, if people want to look for a team that is not SRG or Vamos, this is definitely the second coming of them.
And I think the real question is, where's the ceiling with this team, right? How much more can they surprise us based off of, we're already halfway through the season. We're already moving into the last segments of the season to close off till playoffs. And MV, I don't really know whether they're quote-unquote international ready or have they already passed those goalposts.
I think for now, not just yet, because they still have some teams they haven't taken on for now. But the matter at hand is the winless boys taking on the lossless monsters. And when you look at the numbers overall, it is not looking good at all for the homeboys.
It's so crazy, right? Again, we are seeing, I mean, if we compare it 1-to-1, MV generally is going to have the majority of these stats. But the interesting thing here is that even over multiple seasons, one thing remains certain unless you're Todak, and that is unique heroes.
Oh, yes.
Teams who are doing well don't have to go too far out of their hero pool in comparison to the homeboys who always get pushed into a corner, need to find creative solutions.
And it's not just through the hero picks, right? They also have made roster changes, right?
Oh, yeah.
Izanami for Udil, we've seen Chanford, we've seen Waf, and right now it's Crush. So this is their third XP laner, and they are still looking for their first win, which in of itself, something has to happen. But the other side of the hour is, what is Monster Vicious' secret that makes them so different from last season?
Great that you ask. It's motivation. I think for local players, you're in a bubble for a large part of it. And it's very evident when you look at the MAL because it feels like this is as far as we go, so we can kind of do whatever we want and show off as much as we want with weird hero picks, right? But those who truly see, hey, actually the internationals is quite obtainable and we're not too far behind the rest of the world. And I think that's what really motivated MV after the SPS to get to this current level.
That, and also you want to kind of relive the glory days of when Todak was the first team that really brought us to that stage, right? And with M6 in Malaysia, man, MV making it to that point, it's going to be quite a historical statement.
Oh yeah, it's going to be so good, and especially off of like our previous international win. I say ours, but really it's just SRGs. I'm just taking credit with credit from them, which is pretty funny. But overall, I do think that they can get to that SRG level. It just needs a little bit more time.
It would be quite a moment, right? They've already come such a long way, and we want to also invite you guys to join the fight now. Scan a QR code with your devices or just go into your game, press settings, redemption code, and key in the redemption code to get some free goodies. We are always giving them out.
Yep, we're giving them out, and especially for you guys, it's going to keep on going for the rest of the week. So please stay tuned to check out those codes, but most importantly, stick around for this upcoming game because you do not want to miss it. This could be Homeboys' turning point and maybe MV's first series loss.
Yeah, and I think either way, it would be great for both teams. Homeboys need a morale boost. MV needs to keep on going to prove that they are not just a team that warms up early and falls off late. But for now, enough talking. It's time to get the Kingmaker week going and bring on the teams to the stage.
Homeboys.
A team that refuses to let their fire burn out. With passionate fans rallying behind them, the question remains, will today mark the start of their rise up the ranks? Get ready for Homeboys!
Monster Vicious.
They have yet to taste defeat, and every match has been a statement. Undefeated with a 3-0 record. Can anyone stop your rampage? Let's hear it for the unstoppable Monster Vicious! Introducing the coach and analysts of the two teams and the head of League Ops, Franklin, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. And let's keep it going with fist bumps between the team, true sign, professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This is MPL Malaysia. Ini gaya kita. Let's get it going.
Good luck to both of our teams as they make their way onto the land of Dawn. Ex-teammates, now enemies. Good luck. Hopefully we get to see a good time here because again, once next week starts coming... Wait, no. The week after next week is when we're going to see maybe a shift in the meta with the new introduction of Suyo. And I don't know how much that's really going to change. It feels like his kit isn't like extraordinary, nothing too out of this world, but very effective.
It's not a must ban, but it does provide variety, right? I think like if you are someone who is MOBA Zane, you probably would want to get a knack at Suyo at some point in time, but is it were perma-banning? I don't think so at this point.
I feel like he's in the Lancelot category where he doesn't feel as good after the first item, but once he gets second and third is when he really when you really feel him start to pop off. Getting a level lead is very important for Suyo as well to reduce his overall cooldowns, but I think that, that's something to worry about for the following weeks. I'm just keeping an eye on teams who are maybe building a composition with Suyo in mind to start adding on some new flavors.
I just want to wrap it up by saying that I want to see Suyo into Julian, right? Because they get full access to the kit at level 3.
Oh, I've never thought of this. Wait a minute. I gotta test it out. I feel like iframes is going to be a little bit better. Suyo also sort of has iframes as well. Maybe not as long as Julian's or as generous, but the kit is extra mobile, a lot less linear in comparison to Julian. I could theory craft this all day.
One is uncontrollable and one is just invulnerable, right?
Yeah.
You really gotta get the timing right. Maybe we get some big skill matchups that is not Lancelot or Hayabusa. It's gonna be interesting.
I think it's interesting overall because, again, I do feel that Lancelot is in a really weird spot where he's not as strong in the early game, but towards mid and late, he's very effective at what he does if the pilot is as good as they say he is. And that's what I'm worried about, right? Because we've had junglers not exactly get up to pace, so we always have to rely on the gold laners to keep us in check.
Yeah, and so far, these two gold laners have really been pulling the weight. Especially So, in games that Homeboys take the win, So has really stepped up to the plate, right? You leave him in the lane alone, he gets the job done. Kind of throwback to last week when Homeboys took on JP9 and So single-handedly won the lane in Game 3 against Lodiao in the first 3 minutes. But it's about how you close out the game, and that's something the rest of the team needs to keep up.
And don't forget about Team Ray also taking I'm just pulling your leg here. I think that right now Homeboys is in a very volatile state, and it's evident to everybody that they're probably not going to be the team this year to make it to M6, even though that was their mission. By the way, scan that QR code, redeem the code, you know what to do. M6 is happening in Malaysia. It's going to be greater than ever. You don't want to miss out, so plan for the end of the year. But yes, Homeboys haven't found that exact groove just yet, and I do hope that at least, if they're not a flexible team, at least make them a linear team, right?
I think you kind of need to give them a bit more direction to work with.
Exactly.
And even for people who are looking forward to M6, regardless of what teams you support, just know that the ticket prices are going to be released soon, so you just hold your horses, book your days, don't listen to rumors out there. But for now, we're going to focus on the draft and see which side the team take on. Homeboys on that blue side, MV on red.
Interesting. We're seeing a lot more teams now adopting the blue side strategy after they've roughly figured out what's so good about it. MV has been ahead of the game for a while. I'm assuming that MV did win the coin toss because they generally want to lean into red side, especially if they win that coin toss, and then after that, counter draft for blue.
Yeah, we've seen Alice being banned a few times, right, thanks to the new patch, a couple of enhancements to abilities. But overall, as much as Zaz has been toned down a bit, Homeboys still feel like he is a threat. We did see Martisi bring it up last week, and he made it feel like Zaz never got nerfed at all.
Yeah, that's the thing. At the end of the day, Zaz buys you so much time with the Dominator's Descent and being able to possess the Dominator's Descent. Not to mention that overall, Zaz is pretty obnoxious. It's just annoying to deal with. I think that at the end of the day, it does give an indication that Homeboys do want to actually play off an assassin type jungler, I would assume. MV, on the other hand, it's kind of tough to read into them, especially when they're on the red side, because it feels like these bans are necessary. Alice has been the more popular rising up gold laner coming into the meta, and I feel like it might just be the same situation as Suyo, that people haven't figured out the build.
Yeah, we'll see if this guy figures out his luck. That's the 10 draw on.
Oh, come on. Oh, hey, that's not bad.
Start. That's a good start. What is it? It's the Venom skin line. I can't really see it properly.
It's the Venom skin line. I think it's Gushin, if I remember. Yes, that is Gushin.
It is Gushin.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
Not bad. You didn't get Star Wars, but at least you got a skin.
Yeah.
So Phobia's banned out from MV. Very straightforward. Doesn't want to deal with it. I mean, as much as we have this new patch, XP lane hasn't really changed much, right? Still the same old.
Has not changed much at all. I'm surprised people aren't picking up Thamos a little bit more, especially with their early game comps. But then again, MPL MY generally doesn't lean in that direction to take full advantage of certain phases of the game.
Yeah, it makes me miss fighter XP lanes at this point. We've got by 1 full month without it, you know.
One tear comes down your eyes, just
where's my Paquito? Where's my Benedetta? Where's my Lapu?
Where's the Badang?
Where's the Yuzong, right?
Where's the... Oh my god.
For 4 weeks.
Yeah, That's so true. Let's see what the first pick is going to be for the homeboys at the very least. Coach Jeff might give us an idea, and it looks like it's going to be Fanny pickup for the side of the homeboys. Now, this is interesting because we've seen a couple of answers to it. I mean, Phobia's being quote-unquote one of them. It's kind of give or a take. But there are other answers, and the more popular one that we've been seeing is Cho.
It's Cho, yeah. I think Minster could be an answer if MV wants to go for it, but I do agree with the Cho selection. It's also a denied pick from MV, right? Because they have flexed the first pick Fanny 1-2 times, and those games Uni would basically just destroy everyone. Ruby's not that bad of an option as well, right? Ruby, Vexana both have crowd controls that Fanny doesn't want to deal with.
And see, this is what I'm talking about, right? For certain regions, they like, okay, if this is going to be your main strategy, we have a direct answer to it. For Malaysia, it's a little bit more flexible, especially in the early phase here, because Ruby can be thrown into the EXP, and now not having to worry about the high loss or even the Phobias. The only other matchup would technically be
Turisla, but even
that's the thing. I was about to say, you know what, Yuzong and stuff like that. I'm like, man, that's not the meta for it.
Yeah.
Big Sag, one more tear down my eye. But yes, does go well against the Turisla.
You solve a lot of problems at once with the Ruby pick. I mean, homeboys, they did show the Arlet on multiple occasions with different players. I wonder if Crush is going to be one of those pilots. They do get the Edith as a potential flex pick and the Harriet for Soul, so power picks in the gold lane.
I like it. I like it. Do we see the counter pick Lunox here for the side of MV, or are they going to hold it open and play a traditional comp? Because it's not like they're lacking in magic damage right now. Vexana generally is able to compensate for a large majority of it. Homeboys, on the other hand, with Julian missing from the pool, there's not a lot of magic-dealing junglers anymore, unless he wants to play like Amon, but even so, there's a lot of ways to break his conceal.
Yeah, there really isn't... Well, if you say junglers, there's no magic damage junglers anymore.
Gusion...
Yeah, I mean, there's Gusion, there's Harley. Yeah, you want to go that far.
Look, I think...
jungle,
personally, I think that Gusion is still somewhat relevant. I feel like even Amon still... But it's unique. It's unique to specific teams, and not everybody wants to pick it up. So MV go with the traditional Ling. Not too surprised, Uni has been doing a disgusting amount of work on this Ling.
Just keep it simple, right? Keep it simple without having to review this, again, this flex pick. I am thinking though, is there even a chance for this Ruby to go gold lane? Right, we see the fighter type style from MV because they do have the Ling, right? And we have seen teams kind of build a draft around Ling, play double fighters, get the Ling ahead, and then you just snowball out of control.
Tell you what, I think we can make that hard read once we see the bans and that first pick from MV's side, because I feel like they're saving that last pick for Zeno. They've done this on multiple occasions, on multiple days in a week as well. We see the Arlet ban come out for the side of MV. Not much of an indicator, it's just good overall. So let's see how homeboys respond.
It could be a potential Grok ban from MV. I mean, I'm looking at Grok and I want to say Turisla, but man, looking at the track record, you probably don't need to worry about it too much.
Agreed, but I do think that Grok in the EXP lane is kind of interesting, right? It's now in a spot where, yeah, if you're going to sandbag me so hard, at least I have anti-CC and I can re-engage for the team if I rotate slow. If I'm winning the lane, I'm always going to be there first.
Yeah. MV was the first team that brought it up, right?
Yep.
The Grok XP
from Zeno, yeah.
From Zeno, you just be full damage and you send yourself in, the rest is basically history. And the Tigreal ban, homeboys, respect towards Nova Escobar, who has had a field day with Tigreal thanks to Jawhead pick. You know who you are, Team Ray.
Just putting them on the hit list. I love it. I love it. Yes, but even with Tigreal out, there's still plenty of support options that can do this exact same thing, if not, maybe a little bit better to a single target. And that's where I think this composition is going to lead to, because I don't think they're too worried about wave clear. Ruby does a pretty good job at wave clear. Vexana, pretty much full control over the mid lane, even if it's a 2v1.
I mean, even because MV does have the first pick in the second phase anyways, right? So if we do go down the Droma ban, they still can pick up the scraps, but they're going to divert a little bit to take out the Loi, kind of target Izanami's hero pool a little bit. Valentina is still in the pool, and we know that Izanami always defaults to that. Faramis and Valentina are kind of the go-to right now, looking at what heroes are still in.
He has two viable alt options if he does get the Valentina, which I do agree. I do feel like MV kind of wants to push him into Aurora, if that's the case. If not, why get rid of the Loi? The rotational speed wouldn't really matter for homeboys unless they are worried about specifically the gold lane.
That is true. That could work as well. The Aurora's still in the pool. Let's see what MV gets for pick. They take the Valentina away. So it's a wait!
You're such a dirty boy, Haru. You're so dirty. You're so dirty. Locks in the Valentina to deny, but where is it gonna go?
Part of me was thinking that, you know what? Maybe they could Aurora. But wait, there's a Vexana. But I've seen Vexana roam before. Is this it?
I think
you could play Ruby Go, you know. You get decent damage, decent wave clear, decent anti-dive, and you get a snowballing jungle.
I want to say that Nova might not be able to play it, but then again, it's Nova X Kobar, and he's done a lot of wild stuff before.
Hey, watch out! This is gonna be a Vexana XP lane talking.
Imagine if that was right. Imagine if it really was. I think that even Vexana into the Harith is a pretty funny time as well. We do see the Troll pick getting picked up by the Homeboys alongside with the Aurora, because that's pretty much the only mage left other than the Zushin, but there's not many targets that you really want to catch with the Zushin anyways.
Yeah.
So, interesting composition. I feel like Homeboys was kind of coaxed into this. and MV, on the other hand, I want to see how they complete this, because there's not much of a front line other than the Ruby as of right now. So I would only imagine it's going to be like a tankier
Grok. Terizla. I mean, these two are the... I would even go for Terizla, right? Because if you build full damage on Grok, then he's not exactly tanky.
Oh, actually, yeah, you're right about that. So that means you would have to deal with the Edith. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
It's
that
doable,
makes sense.
right?
Yeah, I agree with you on that one, right? As much as it technically is a quote-unquote blind pick to whether it's Edith or the Cho, regardless, the Terizla will do generally well. I think the Ruby is a little bit more volatile, and Haru, we figured it out. We got into his wavelength. We've hacked their radio system.
You mean you get Ruby first phase into a link? There's always a chance you pull out the Ruby Go, especially when there is a Harith Go. Hold on. It's a
Valentina
Go. I feel like we've seen this before.
Dude,
when was this again?
It's not coming to me right now. I'll get Zipper to check it up for us, and then we'll update you guys in the meantime. But yeah, exciting stuff here. They're trying to buff up their sets. They realize, like, hey, we're not beating the Homeboys in unique hero picks. Let's show them what we got.
Yeah, let's throw in one more, right? So we are one hero closer, tying up with Homeboys. I mean, this draft is looking very unique from Monster Vicious. Haru definitely is cooking something, but what do you think? Is it hard to execute MV's draft?
I feel like MV's draft is a little bit more... It's a little interesting. They're a lot more flexible with the way that they can play. I do think that Ruff has to be very careful with the way he initiates, but that's on the call of MV. Homeboys, very straightforward call.
It seems like MV, they want to show us some flavor. We'll see if they can deliver on the taste test. Game number 1 between Monster Vicious and Homeboys kicking off right now as we head into the land of Dawn. Homeboys on blue side, Monster Vicious on red.
All right, let's jump right on into it. Amal going to start on his purple with Uni on the opposite side of the map, also on his purple buff. They should end up on two different sides of the map unless they want to contest for Little Wanderer. But let's talk about the Homeboys composition, right? Because their biggest selling point here is if their support hits level 4 before their opponent, and then they snowball off of that, right? And just play off of cooldowns. That's the rough general idea. I am worried about them for the late game, so hopefully Soul can make it through.
And if he gets to that late game, I think he just generally melts everyone on the side of Monster Vicious, right? Like unless...
I don't know, because Ruff can technically play the mid to close range a lot better than Soul. It's as long as you don't get hit by like the synchro fissure, like right in the middle of it, you should be okay.
That's true. I suppose the Homeboys kind of have the phases laid out, right? Like early mid, we're looking at Amal to get us a hit, and late game is all Soul. It's good old business, like back in See You Soon.
Hey, you better praise the cat god every once in a while. No, don't worry. This team should be able to kind of maintain that pressure. I think that MV is playing really smart, because starting on and ending up towards the EXP side of things is probably the most ideal for MV, just to slow down Soul, which is the main win condition for Homeboys at the end of the day. Homeboys, on the other hand, I'm surprised that Amal wanted to go for the purple buff side and end up towards EXP.
You see the priority, right? The Roma's in the mid side. Here comes Amal. Actually gets pulled by Nova Escobar to prevent any sort of first blood. Monster Vicious getting the timing right.
Save. Really good call there by Nova Escobar. I was worried when they were below 50% HP, but he was still able to land the CC just before they end up getting executed. But that being said, first turtle does spawn. Here at the 2-minute mark, Uni will have his purple buff in time for this fight, but the main control is being held by the Homeboys as we see a rotation from Izanami.
That's the flip, level 4 for Crush, plenty of magic damage. Zeno will not have to deal with it for now. They're gonna save it for the turtle fight. Nova Escobar will see. Both Romas still needs that one wave to hit their ult. So top side, that's gonna be first blood. Ruff going down, Amal finds it.
Good stuff from the homeboys. Delay the turtle, attack the side lanes. Really good play coming in from the homeboys, and I think that Monster Vicious right now taking a little too much time. They're not hitting the level 4s on time, Martizi and Nova X Kobar, because they're trying to control this mid side, but that early rotation and also the early recall did lose them some tempo. Not the worst for MV, but at the same time,
Flicker out of Zeno. The homeboys are starting to burn these resources on Monster Vicious, right? This is just under 3 minutes. We're seeing Flickers, Purifies all getting burned by MV. Uni does hit level 6, but I don't think that's going to be a contest here. Penalty Zone only connecting onto Crush, who is in the Primal Wrath form. Turtle does get stolen by the Ling. Here comes Tempest of Blaze. Martizi is frozen. Mao with 3-man knockup into the way of the Dragon, but only onto Uni. Not the target he wants to look for.
Izanami just doesn't have enough mana for that follow-up, but really sad there. Doesn't connect too much on the ult as well. I think that's fine. At the end of the day, homeboys, their main win condition is leaning towards Soul more likely than not. Amal, unfortunately, hasn't started the snowball just yet, but definitely speeding up Soul's progression. In the meantime, I think that MV need to adjust, right? Because Ruff, he can't really walk up into the lane until he has second item. Until then, he's basically just waiting.
And both roamers have been just camping that mid side the entirety of this early game. And it does kind of leave the side laners to their own devices. Opens up a window for Amal to potentially threaten Ruff once more, and that's kind of what led to that first blood in the first place.
I think Amal, if he's going to make a readjustment here, he probably needs the Cho to walk into the orange buff area for info.
Here we go. That's going to be full-on crowd control. What a kick onto Martizi, but he does purify it away. So at the end of that, even Nova X Kobar got out.
The hell was that? What was that play? I don't know. Unfortunate timing, because I definitely was with production. That should have been a really good play, but it looks like Mal had different ideas of what the target should have been.
Yeah.
They need to communicate with that. Because Amal, he probably wouldn't have cabled in that direction to limit himself from accessing the tier, to actually dive into tier 1. But even so, Mal, he's got to calm. He has to calm if they want to get this early snowball off the ground.
He get a bit greedy. This time, no Purify, so it's an easy kick. Mal's gonna make up for that. Amal getting to deliver his kill. Nova Escobar is next on the card. Uni needs to get out. Won't make it to safety, and Nova Escobar will also have the same outcome, but Crush actually stops the recall for now. So Homeboy still striking Monster Vicious where it hurts.
Really good stuff. That's what I want to see. Good adjustment from the homeboys, made up the mistake. And now the Crush has that Thunderbell. He's going to start stacking back up. Zeno have the advantage in lane, is here first.
Well, Ralph steals the Primal Wrath, but Amal will get the turtle for himself. So in a 1v1 against Ralph as Uni dives the backline. Avoids the rock. Tempest of Blaze. Ralph goes down. Uni wants to look for Izanami. Gets through the passive. One for one trade. The kick. Mao finds it midair for Amal to collect the kill. So Monster Vicious loses too.
Man, homeboys dumpstering MV, taking an amazing trade. 3 for 1 in a matter of fact. It's Soul literally 2v1ing in the backline as well, making sure that Martizi or even his mini Lord could not make an impact in that fight. Good stuff from the homeboys. Keep your eyes on Soul. He's the main win con here.
2 kills already, and the top tier 1 going down. Homeboys with a 3k gold lead in under 6 minutes. And Monster Vicious, the fact that Uni ended up going down as well is not doing them any benefit. The homeboys, they got the early condition lined up, right? The snowball is rolling.
Yeah, now I'm curious to see what ult is Ruff really going to take here? I don't think it's a matter of damage. The question is, what is the most effective piece of utility? Because if he wants to go aggressive, he can take away the Dragon. If he wants to play a little bit safer, maybe even the Aurora ult is good enough. Even so, I think the Primal Wrath is probably his best bet for like an all-encompassing ult.
Look at the full combo at max range. Izanami has no passive this time, so he will go down. Get the control into Martizi, no follow-up this time. Amal from the side will make an attempt. Finds him under the turret, not a problem.
Great punish from MV, great trade from the homeboys. They're not going to let this go. They always have to trade 1 for 1 against MV at the minimum if they want to stay ahead. The oppression is great because, again, they are getting battle spells, but they need to abuse it some more.
Zeno, he is so far out. No penalty zone. Instantly goes down. Monster Vicious, it feels like a disconnect, right? I thought that they would at least know that homeboys were going bottom, but Zeno got sacrificed.
Yeah, they're behind the tempo, unfortunately. It feels like MV, their timing calculators isn't there just yet with how fast the homeboys are kind of moving as a 4-man, even a 5-man. Let's look at this hand cam here of Amal. Hopefully he starts spamming his cables at some point. Oh wait, he doesn't have the purple buff yet. He's doing it without it.
Very confident. He is a level ahead of Uni, so Monster Vicious won't be able to contest this anyway. Nova Escobar can't even get in, so free turtle for Homeboy.
Great call, great call. After that previous engagement, he knows that Uni is going to time out on his own purple buff, and he's level ahead, so they take advantage and steal away this turtle with no issues whatsoever. I think the top side of the map needs to get attacked here, but... Oh,
good try. Only single target pull. Nova Escobar not really hitting the mark, and so just walks forward, gets terrified by Ruff. This close corner is hard, and here comes the full combo. Primal Red, penalty zone, but Amao, he's in the back line. Martizi needs help, he's not going to get it for now, and the dive for Uni ended in his death. Mega kill for Amao. Homeboys are in the raid, but Monster Vicious could not find the finisher, and Rob now has to deal with Mao, who just jolts away.
Yeah, this is a really awkward spot for MV because the distancing, it's so weird. If Zeno goes for these flicker and get... Oh no.
Zeno is going to go down, Zaman forces back up, so just dives him. Crush gets delivered his second kill.
They have to communicate what's more important. Looking to trade or clearing that wave. And in that situation, it's always clearing the wave. You need to be able to protect your structures for as long as possible. Now that Homeboys have a 5k gold lead, they can essentially move around the map super freely. Right now, Monster Vicious is facing the issue of distance. They can't necessarily close the distance really quick, and the members who do, the follow-up can't speed up to make it happen or effective. That's why you're seeing that Zeno is getting these like 4 or 5 man engages with not much follow-up.
And it's not done just yet. They want to keep it going. Nova Escobar sent into the gallows. So with this mega kill streak right now, I think Homeboy's been doing a fantastic job. Martizi can't get into the fight.
I mean, the snowball is really good for Amal, but Soul is so far ahead of game, right? I think he can basically 1v3 by himself if he dodges the right spells. And just look at that. He's targeting Ruff constantly, zoning him out of the fight.
Not really sure if Monster Vicious still wants to be there. That's a penalty zone in the air. Hits no one. So Homeboys know that crucial ultimate is not available for MV, and Lord is just coming up.
This is getting really difficult for MV. What are they waiting for? I guess they could wait for a third item from Ruff. Probably isn't going to save them. Maybe second item from Martizi. Fourth item from Uni, so that means he'll need... Wait, hold on.
Oh, find the pull, that's on the Soul. Where's the follow-up though? Because Zeno, he's away from his base. While Nova Escobar will go down first. Zeno already used everything. Monster Vicious, they're not even in a position to fight that.
They technically could have had Nova gone for the I'm offended, then flickering backwards underneath the turret. I think that was probably what he was thinking about, but didn't find the right targets. Mala's been doing a very good job. Oh!
And Crush is going to put his name on the board now. Zeno turns around. That's a big knockout. Penalty zone, Eternal Guard underneath the tier 2 is their best chance. Soul goes down, and Uni, he's dancing around Amao. Monster Vicious trading 2 for the life of Ruff.
Okay, maybe overextension there, you know, quite a big overextension. I can understand why. He's not only basically froze that turret, making sure that they had a little bit of extra time. I do think that Soul was pushed up a little far, I'm not going to lie, but it's not the worst for him. That means that his shutdown goal gets reset. It works totally in his favor. Currently, he's still 2.3k ahead of Ruff so far, and has already completed the Holy Crystal.
Endless battle, next item for Uni. We see the Starlim Sight, actually for Ruff. This extra bit of burst damage. Everything else looks in order. Components for Zeno with a War Axe on top. Probably going for Radiant next.
Was Starling Sight to play here? I don't know.
Oh, this Kicks definitely might be one of it. Again, the knockout player by Monster Vicious. They're all frozen in front of Homeboys. This fight ended before it even began. Uni, can he at least get one? Amao looks like a target, but Uni just does not have the health to do so. Homeboys with a 4-kill advantage right now. Uni, only the person to defend the base. Not getting out of this one. Homeboys wipe them out in their own base. Game 1. As fast as the train started going, Homeboys hit destination at the end. 11 minutes and 25 seconds.
All right, this is Homeboys game 1. That's great for them, but if they're going to break that curse, we need one more banger from Homeboys to end MV's overall streak and to pull them out of the 9th place spot.
This is the Homeboys that has shown us really strong games. Even in the series that they lost, right? All those 1-2 results, the games that they win were either incredible comebacks or just dominating games. This one falls in the dominant category. can keep this up for one more round, and maybe it will be the first team to find the answer to Monster Vicious.
Yeah, and I think that unfortunately for MB, not exactly playing their best today. Some of their decisions definitely had some logic to it, but I think they were just too far behind in tempo, right? It felt like the play should have happened like a minute before and 30 seconds before, but that's dependent on the gold lead on the homeboys.
Let's make you wonder if they have tried this kind of composition before, or have they kind of practiced it enough to bring it onto the stage. Maybe this is one of those trials, right? Because clearly it was something that no one has ever seen before. But I mean, they gave it a try, didn't work out. Next game, we'll go back to normal.
Yep, hopefully it does. Hopefully it does. I do think that the Valentina gold lane, interesting tech. First item, Starlium Scythe. I get that Valentina may have a bit of an issue in sustaining in the lane, not in terms of life, but generally her rotation of spells. She doesn't exactly have the biggest cap in the world. So that means that with the Starlium Scythe, you do get a bit of mana regen, but is it worth it? I feel like maybe even the Lightning Truncheon first item could have been better.
Yeah, I even went for the armor boots, right, which doesn't do much against Soul. I guess it protects you from the Fanny, but if the Fanny reaches you, you're probably dead anyways.
That's what I would have imagined. Yes, the Shadow Strike and also the Terrify is great. Even so, if you're not too healthy, it's going to be a problem. I think that, Zeno has found some really great engages here. My big issue is that the layering, well, not really the layering, but the formation of the team, it should be Zeno looking for those big engages up front. Nova needs to space himself ever so slightly away from Zeno with either Martisi or Ruff behind them. That's what we should have seen. But unfortunately, most of the time, it's two of our frontliners side by side looking for the big setup and everybody else waiting for that moment to happen.
And a lot of these crucial team fights happen in choke point, right? I mean, Monster Vicious, they drop all the combos, but homeboys, all they need is Izanami to lay out the ultimate, and it's an instant turnaround. And now MVP for game 1 is going to be Soul. We talk about him, we compare him with Ruff. They have to be the pivot point for the team. And game 1 is just Soul all the way.
Yep, they leaned into their win condition and they managed to pull through. So congratulations. Again, Soul, nasty mechanical player, really good at what he does. Just give him the resources, he will make magic happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think MV didn't really give him the respect that he deserves, right?
For
so many of these fights, Soul just walk up to the back line, drops the Zaman Force, and just kills your mid laner. Shouldn't have happened,
Worse yet, he's 2v1ing both Martisi and Ruff at the same time at somehow the perfect distance where he's not close enough to get hit by any of the blasts from Valentina, but at the same time is dodging every fear, every knock-up as well.
Yeah. I bet Izanami probably told him, yo, so I've actually killed Harry with Valentina before. Here's how not to get killed.
He gave him the playbook. He's like, don't do these things.
Number 1, just snowball.
Number 1, just snowball, and only use your Purify if you get CC'd. Simple pieces of advice taken way beyond its borders here. Once again, congratulations to the homeboys. 17-4, wasn't expecting the scoreline. One of their faster games as well. Almost making a nice round number of 11:30, but unfortunately it's only 11:29.
Yeah. Still looking really solid though for game 1. Like homeboys making a lot of active decisions that we would expect to see from MV. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think MV also made those moves, but with a deficit, right? And usually didn't really translate too well because they were that far behind.
Yeah, I think their coverage could have had a little bit of work. They really need to make sure they understand the alt timers from Homeboys' side, especially if you're behind, right? Because your biggest problem is that, hey, I don't have my cooldown and Cho's gonna get his cooldown a lot faster. So let's just keep in mind that the Spearhead is Mal and everybody else is supplementary because Crush has a wave to deal with and Zeno was basically winning out in that lane.
So it does feel slightly more beneficial for Homeboys to just park Mao in that mid lane to keep Nova Escobar occupied, because that was kind of the play for both teams in the first 3-4 minutes. Open up a first blood in the side lane, and it really felt like Nova Escobar couldn't really move too far away from this Cho.
Oh no, absolutely not. And I think, this is one of the better Cho Mal games. We've definitely seen him whiff it a couple of times, but this time he played really, really well, right? He's dodging the correct abilities with the Shunpo. He's not missing as often as he usually does. He's taking Concussive Blast to actually help Izanami out to push out that wave quick.
Yeah, and aside from that, he is also taking much space on the map, right? You would think that Nova Escobar would do the same, but after a few kicks, it's very clear that this Ruby just does not have enough resistance to survive being picked off. So, I mean, It's a great start. I think, like you said, this is one of the faster games for Homeboys. Also one of the more dominant ones for Homeboys.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Overall, I do think that if MV were to change anything for their composition, really what started all of this was that first hurdle. And I think that MV was trying to like play it slow, but unfortunately it came at a pretty big EXP cost for both Nova X Kobar and Martizi, who didn't hit 4 on time, and I think that would have really changed the landscape of the engagement.
Speaking of which, Lunox was actually open for the entire draft, right? And MV didn't pick it. They went Valentina for pick, so maybe Homeboys figured that Lunox is just not in the MV draft book. There is a potential.
I feel like it is. If Ruff can play Valentina, I'm sure that he can play Lunox, no problem. I think there has to be an interaction. If not, there's no point throwing Valentina into this lane against Soul. I can understand that you want Soul to attack first, because we even saw the emblems, right? He took this tenacity to try and keep up with the rest of the team. And to be fair, he did deal the most damage. Wait, hold on, no, sorry. Zeno did the most damage, but he did second best, which is pretty good.
Yeah. Well, at least the 4 damage dealers they're almost the same damage.
They were trying so
Still
hard.
playing as a team, just could not outlast Homeboys.
Well, win as a team, lose as a team. And I think for MV, they definitely aren't going to be too bummed about it. They probably know that they underperformed and made a couple of weird decisions. But still, I think that with the help of Haru, they can start readjusting, right? Because now we have to make sure that, okay, if they're going to lean into the early game and they first pick that Fanny, maybe we need to show a little bit more respect to them. And also, Soul is quite a problem. We need to get him off this Harith. We need something more volatile.
Yeah, if you talk about just individual laning, aside from Innocent, you have to look at Soul, right?
Yeah.
Soul, Nets, I think top 3 for me right now, all have been phenomenal. Just alone, you leave them in the lane, they can just win it all on their own, especially when you give them such a power matchup, right? The Harith, it's so hard to deal against, and you get denied the Moskov.
Yeah, nothing much you can really do about that at the end of the day, but I'd like the game plan for the side of the Homeboys. I think that that second phase really shook things up. And it was surprising for MV, but they maintained their integrity. They're like, no, our composition actually works perfectly with this. We can make this happen. Because unfortunately for Ruff, even taking a Primal Wrath just isn't enough. And to be fair, I feel like Ruff, unfortunately, could not walk up far enough to steal an ult. Like some of the good ults.
Yeah, a lot of times he steals Primal Wrath, and I think he even attempted to use it to man-fight Soul, and that went horribly, right? He got solo kill right after that. But like you say, I don't think there's any ult that he can take and comfortably just walk up and use. Very unfortunate. But I mean, how do you feel about Crush so far? This is his debut and on that Edith XP.
I think it's okay. He was kind of given a haphazard matchup. His goal is to like sandbag the Terizla anyways. And even so, it doesn't matter if he quote-unquote loses the lane, because like he lost the lane by like 300 gold, which is not that big of a deal.
Yeah, he gets Thunderbelt.
Yeah, and he just AFKs in there, stacks up.
Well, Hall of Famers for Game 1 got Amao as the rich guy, so is the carry, Zeno as the sandbag, and Izanami the best wingman.
I think, personally for me, I feel like Aurora works so well with Izanami, because Izanami is one of those, like, yes, he is a playmaker, but when he is forced in a utility role and to be an anchor, he's a really good anchor. His position, even in the previous dive, the tier 2 dive, right, where they ended up getting counter-engaged upon and losing a 2-for-1, Izanami made sure that he could bail out his partners or anybody who was near him. So he has a circle of influence, and it grows bigger the longer he stays in the fight.
And this item progression also demonstrates how far ahead Homeboys were at one point. You look at Soul's item progression, it's just straight up into a Holy Crystal. Once he gets that, there's no way to beat him, right? He's just too strong.
Yeah. Man.
Oh, even getting a Dom Ice. At one point, he's like, I'll get Dom Ice. And actually stops 3 of MV's heroes from being effective in the healing department.
Yeah, that's why Mao was just so tough to deal with. The Athena shield first items, and then after that, the Dom Ice to make sure that they can't sustain through it. Really, really smart itemization coming in from Mao. Very necessary. He's not going too off tangent like we saw in the previous weeks. He's definitely fixed that up. But I do want to talk about Ruff and why he opted to go for the Starlium Scythe. There has to be something that MV figured out with Valentina and as well as Starlium Scythe.
Assume you dash?
Dash, auto, dash again, auto. But then you would have to weave it. The problem is that it makes the combo really slow.
Very
and
extended, right?
Yeah, very extended and highly punishable, because you're still trading against a Harith who gets like a shield every time he dashes anyways.
Or you do the normal combo, you dash, Shadow Strike, and you get Terrified, and then you auto.
feel like it's a waste. Okay, wait.
Because you don't proc it often enough in that rotation, right? Like
Yeah.
there's a cooldown period.
Yeah, there is a cooldown period. So I'm thinking, when do you do it? So he doesn't drop the Xamon Force. He chrono dashes first. He's about to use second skill. He gets hit by the Shadow Strike, dash out of the way, tries the chrono, dash out of the way. It feels like it can work, but it's something that we're going to have to test later down the line. I do hope that Alice gets let through by one of these teams because I really want to see it at full strength. Because the laning phase is so weak.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to check out what Uni did say. We say that your goal per minute in Season 4 is currently one of the highest, and what goals does he have? And he says that, high GPM, it's not that important, right? It's just a normal thing, and the main goal is to get the M6 slot. Even if they don't end up as the MPL champions, it's fine as long as they get the slots. Hey man, good news, you just gotta get top 2.
Yep, just gotta make it into top 2. He's not trying to make another Elgin video. Oh, look what happens when you farm up to 100,000 gold or something crazy like that.
Check out this, 120 kills on my
I can't help it. We love you, Elgin. We love you guys. We love him. Show that man some support with some of the amount of time that he puts into that. It's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, I do think at the end of the day, it's going to come down to how they actually attack each other's game plan right now, because it feels like Homeboys are coming in very prepared.
Yep. Quick shout out to Sira there in the crowd with the whole family and supporting Homeboys as always. So look at the average GPM ranking. Uni at the very top, followed by Nets, then Chibi, then Sakai's, then Innocent.
It's so different from last season. Last season, by the time we hit like week 4, we have people like, oh, 1,012, 1,008, 996, like some ridiculous numbers.
Last season is just like SRG, 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 Chibi.
So true. Sometimes Nets when he's having a good week. But even so, I do like this distribution a little bit better. It really goes to show that some of the all of our top 3 teams are doing very, very well in every department.
Yeah, and of course it's the junglers and gold lane, right? I mean, last season Yum somehow also made it there. not really sure how he did it.
He's waving his hand. Me, I'm here. I did it. I did it, mom.
Right, this is the true test for Homeboys, right? Can they close out the series? Because they have dropped, kind of fell off. I think a lot of people look at Homeboys, and the first question is, which Mao are we gonna get this game?
The coin flip.
Yeah.
I feel like we got the head side of Mao. He's playing very well today. It feels like he's very refreshed. He's looking a little crispy too. And we're already seeing the fans have taken photos.
Who is that?
Oh boy. Let's cut that. Is he in the I don't see him.
Is it crazy that I don't even recognize the person? Who is that?
Don't worry about it. You'll find out in just a little bit. But let's look at the match calendar for Homeboys here, because again, their match calendar is not that easy. They missed out and they didn't win some of the matches they were supposed to win. Now they got big hitters like Vamos. Even Todak is on the up and rise.
Yeah, they got to face off Todak. Red Esports is kind of like the rest stop, right? Kind of the checkpoint for Homeboys to breathe a little bit, but I think a lot of people are looking forward to 5th October. Homeboys Vamos. It's a matchup made in heaven. It's bound to happen.
What's the name? It's the narrative mission of MPLY.
It's the Civil War.
Yes!
Civil War. And all roads lead to M6. Want to be greater than ever? You gotta get to M6 and come to Malaysia if you haven't booked your tickets. By the way, tickets prices will be announced very soon. So whatever rumors you see online, is the internet.
All right, Faker. Maybe the price of M6 tickets is gonna be like 1,000. They double it instead. Hey, better come with valet parking. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, man. Have you seen the final stadium? You're gonna get the M1 experience. You gotta pay for it.
That's true. You're paying for nostalgia. Let's jump right on into it for the drafting phase. We might see the conclusion here with a 2-0 victory coming in for the Homeboy. Oh! FE decide to go on blue this time.
Wow, but really, the Alice ban, I think it only showed up against Homeboys so far? Must be something that we don't know, but we don't get to see it anytime soon.
Hey, who knows? Maybe Soul's kind of freaky with it. He's like, hey, as long as it has magic, inbuilt magic damage, I can go for it.
That's why he plays Natan when no one else is available. We've cracked the code. He's like, there's Claw, there's Moskov. No, give me Natan. Give me Natan right now.
Just wait until another mage-esque magic damage marksman comes into meta. Oh my goodness, that was so funny. So funny.
Whoa.
Oh dang, what a...
Wait, are you an MV fan or where's this?
He's holding the MV, he's holding the MV, what's it called?
The card. He's sitting on the MV side. I see you, boy. I see you. You're sitting on the MV side. How could you do that?
Dirty. Let's see whether it's going to cost this team in their lives here. We see the Edith ban and as well as the Phoveus. Natural follows up here. Looks like red side never leaving without banning out the Phoveus and Chip now.
The question is, do you ban Harith here? I would assume that if they really want to look at Harith, you could ban it first, but then they want to ban it. Well, I mean, they could take Fanny.
But then that means that Soul gets Lunox, and we know how he performs with man.
You're not wrong. So they go for the Cho ban instead.
Okay, I like that.
So the Zask, Hylos, Zushin, Vex. Wow, so many picks are open.
Yeah, this is going to be a little tough here. What would disrupt the composition overall? They've dealt with the Ling before. They don't mind picking up Fanny for themselves. Now that the Cho is gone, they don't have that single target lockdown anymore. This opens up a few plays for Homeboys. It's either they play a team fight oriented composition, arguably with a Kufra, maybe not. Oh, they ban out the Fanny instead.
Yeah, I actually like it. So a lot of respect from Coach Jeff. That does take away the first pick Fanny for MV. They could opt for Ling, but you got so many power picks, right? The Hylos is still on the table.
Yeah.
But do you feel...
I think you take Hylos here. I think you avoid the Assassins, you pick up Hylos. You can flex him around if you feel like it, which works well for MV because they always flex Nova and as well as
That's
Zeno.
true. That's true. We've seen JP9ers do that also.
Yeah.
You do so into the Zaz too. You kill multiple birds with one stone.
My mission is to protect lives.
Okay, that should be Hylos, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Hylos is here. I think the problem right now is whether or not they care about the Jushin. Because MV with Jushin plus Hylos is going to be pretty nasty. You're going to be able to run down your targets. Yes, Jushin has been a little bit nerfed, but at the end of the day, as long as you're displacing your opponents, she's done her job.
Yeah, not nerfed too much. Like they nerfed him, and then afterwards they were like, I think we nerfed her too much. Let's give her back some of the numbers.
I mean, worst comes to worst, you pick them up twice, right? You know, last time you could just like pick them up, drop them down, wait for a couple seconds, do it all over again. We see the Vexen as well as Ling getting picked up for the side of the Homeboys. This is interesting because at least this is a bit of a deterrent for it. Not the biggest deterrent for it, but at least Hylos going to be real dangerous if he goes into the roam spot.
We've seen Homeboys kind of deal with the dive comp from MV, or sort of a dive comp in Game 1. This kind of feels like the same idea from Game 1 as well from Homeboys. You got decent Pew, but also you got backline access, right? You got the Link that can easily hit the backline. If you can somehow get past the Hylos, that is.
Yeah, I think this could be a higher angle. I mean, the only problem is they have to deal with the Eternal Guard as like an extra body, which is kind of annoying.
Well, they do take the Harith away. Harith into the Hayabusa.
Okay.
A lot more mobility.
I like that.
Well, they gotta ban a Kufra in that second phase, I assume.
I think that MV is doing a really good job here because now it begs the question. It's either you find a direct counter matchup to the Harith or you worry about the dashes and pick up the Kufra now. Both of which, not exactly the greatest. I think that picking up the Lunox probably will be a little bit better. Kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Not very easy for Hayabusa to one-shot. Pretty difficult lane matchup for Harith anyways. But we do have a couple of fun facts here. Hylos is the only hero who can use HP to consume a skill. Did you guys know that?
Yeah, if you guys wonder why is my Hylos dying so fast, now you know. Now you know. When you don't have mana, use your skills, use the HP. Gotta use that life force, right?
Yeah, and don't forget, it might be connected to the fact that Homeboys lost all their matches by going 1 and 2. And will that change today? Are they correlated? Well, only one way to find out.
Death in the hands of a Hylos. It's gonna be the most humiliating way to lose.
I mean, it feels bad because he doesn't have like, despite his character model being huge, it doesn't feel like he has a lot of weight. It's just really like flashy when he drops his ult, but then it's just like I poke you, you're stunned now.
It's like you're losing to something so simple. Like,
yeah, you're right.
Well, they do have the carry to deal with it, at least. We can carry kind of dumpster Harith given the right conditions, and so just play a very mean carry. Go for Tigreal ban once more.
Okay, trying to really force Hylos into the roam position. They need something with CC for the side of MV. I feel like the Terizla is still not bad of an option, at least with damage. Even if you do build full tank, your damage reduction is going to be relevant against the true damage against carry. You'll be able to last just a wee bit longer compared to the other tanks in the meta right now. In terms of valuable bans, though, Arlot, okay, I guess, sure, you don't want the CC to be applied upon your damage dealers. I think that's fine as well. I would argue that even a Matilda isn't too bad of an option if MV wants to kind of move away from Hylos Roam.
Also wonder what is Crush going to get now that you don't have the Edith anymore? I mean, like you said, there is still Terizla, there is still the Ruby. We've seen Ruby XP before. The Zast gets banned out last by Homeboys.
Oh, this one's a tough one. This one's a really, really tough one.
So do you go Aurora? I mean, Aurora is still a choice.
I think Aurora at the end of the day is going to be picked up no matter what for the side of MV. Unless like Coach Jeff has got some wild plans and be like, hey, you haven't seen this one before.
Vex Roam, for real.
Vex Roam, for real. I don't think that's going to be the case, however. I do think that at the end of the day, MV does need some form of CC, because as much as you're able to take the space, you can't keep them there as well.
So I'm looking at the Ruby Grok as the last two options for Rome. Kufra, I mean, it's still on the table if you wish to go for it. Kaja gets banned out by MV.
Okay, I like that. I like that. Get rid of the single target lockdown. Allow Hayabusa and Harith to have a fun time. I mean, Franco is still a bit of a problem, but then at least you can knock him out of the bloody hunt.
Yeah, with the Hylos around, I don't think you want a Franco.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what would be a decent option here. I feel like Lolita to a certain extent, but even so, at the end of the day, it's about how do you disengage, right? You have the Vexana for a little bit of both. You need one more option in case that you know, the Eternal Guard, for an example, goes on cooldown to bail you out of these types of situations.
I am Jawhead, yeah, it's still available. Completely forgot about that.
Interesting. So they still want to go for single target lockdown. They've got some pretty good combo starters as well.
And the question is, where is this Hylos going to go? I mean, there is still a Terizla. We haven't seen Crush's hero yet. They're saving it for last. So if MV wants to deny it, put this Hylos roam, this is their best chance.
Yeah. Well, let's see what the full comp is going to be. I'm pretty sure that Zeno is going to play the Terizla once more. They need a secondary engage mechanic.
Say that it could be the Ruby, yeah.
Oh, they go for Ruby instead.
So it could be most likely a Ruby roam once more. But yeah, Aurora, just like we predicted, comes true for MV. I mean, very straightforward draft.
Interesting. So they want to go for Ruby just to be able to disrupt people and slow them down on that peel. So they're willing to fight through the hard peel from the Homeboys because all they've got is only Vexana. They don't have a secondary one. Maybe the Jawhead, but he's more of an engage tool.
One of those few all-in ones, right? You get in and you just have to hope that you win the fight.
You're praying that you get out. Truly praying that you get out. But then what does that mean for the EXP? Does he pick up the Terizla here? Because it's not that great of a matchup into the Ruby. Both are just going to sandbag each other.
There's yeah. It does work, actually, if you can somehow find yourself in the back line. I think even into a Harith, I wonder if Crush will take the Vengeance or the Purify. That's going to make a lot of difference. But once you hit that War Axe timing, you suddenly... I think you just ignore the Hylos at that point, right? You stack up your passive, and you just win because you are not really auto-attacking. You are using your abilities, so his Ring of Punishment don't actually work.
Yeah, you'll be able to vamp through that. A couple of interesting interactions that could happen. Number one, Curtain Call drops, you lock two people down, and then Jawhead throws one of those two people, and technically both of them will never be able to move as long as they are tethered. That is one combination that could potentially work here. But in terms of the early game, where does Amal rotate to, right? He has to accelerate one of the lanes. I'm just not sure which. It might be through the mid lane. MV, more of a straightforward cop. Just run at your opponent. If you can find those flank angles to attack that backline, especially Vexana, you basically win the fight.
And for the 5th time, Homeboys are at the cuffs of a series win, but closer than ever. We'll see if they can finally close it out in this time. The MV blue side, Homeboys red.
All right, let's jump right into this. Game number 2 here. Match number 1 of our series here today. Gonna be both purple stars, so same thing. They're gonna end up on opposite sides of the map, but it's gonna be a fast leash for the side of the Homeboys. You can see that Jawhead is using those smart missiles early on to speed up that farm for Amal.
He's already gotten the orange buff at the same time that Uni reaches his. The Homeboys already off to a faster start. I'm seeing the Crush. He's just winning the trade against Zeno.
Yum.
And he even has sprint, so we know where this is going.
This is not looking good for Zeno. He is not going to have a fun time here. And Crush, as long as that River Crab is around, Crush can just maintain stacks. It's super obnoxious.
He might just get first blooded.
He's dead.
He's dead. That's first blood. That's one way to shut down Hylos. And I mean, would have liked Amal to get the kill, but yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, again, you can't blame Zeno because he wasn't expecting how fast that clear was coming out from Emo. He hits level 4 at a ridiculous timing as well. Hayabusa just shows up to bottom side. And Emal's like, ah ha ha!
Yeah, blew the cover.
He's too fast. He's too fast right now. And I think that, at least for MV, they have to play a little bit more patiently. They gotta wait till level 4. There's not a lot of lane openings right now.
And they might even have to give up the first turtle now that Zeno is far behind. 40 seconds without Revitalize. He had to use it to attempt to survive the gank, but to no avail. And Crush, he is going to happily hold this bush. I think MV knows this.
He ain't moving just yet. They probably spotted him out. Purple buff is about to come up here from both junglers, so this is where they kind of even out in terms of tempo. I don't think Turtle is very beneficial for Homeboys personally, because at the end of the day, they are the composition that wants to kind of like pick them apart slowly. They want MV to come to them and not the other way around.
Whoa, Ruff just got chopped out by Soul, and it's now a pretty interesting interaction, and Ruff is now going to have a rough time. Homeboys can say, you can take the turtle, but if Ruff goes down, it's a win for us anyways, and Homeboys will not make it easy for the turtle take. Mao is level 4. Monster Vicious should be able to get it without any contest, but just as predicted, Ruff goes down at the same time.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about the fact that Martisi basically whiffed everything. But at the very least, he had even if he whiffs it, it doesn't really matter because it's all about how do we play on the opposite side of the map to get this lead rolling for some of the members. And then unfortunately, that's just the case that Ruff is going to have to bite the bullet on that one. Homeboys, at the end of the day, doing pretty well so far. I mean, all of their lanes are winning at this point. It's really difficult for things to go wrong unless they maybe just like base check a bush maybe?
And I mean, Homeboys already opened up 2 out of 3 lanes, and here comes Uni. That's the Terrify!
Oh no!
He just walked straight into an ambush. Izanami was hiding there the whole time, and a flicker into an unstoppable force. Nova Escobar is in a really rough space. So dashes to safety, avoids the up from Arteezy as Crush joins the fight. Ama also follows up. It's the full force of Homeboys in this bottom lane, and 3 go down.
Yeah. Oh wait, hold on. Uni's still trying his best. But without that, unfortunately, with his Quad Shadow on cooldown and the Ogi Shadow Kill already being used, nothing much he can really do. Amal having the time of his life. He's getting so much turret gold right now, and he is so juiced up. 3 minutes going 4 in the middle of this game. At this point, how does MV handle it, right? Ruff is falling further and further behind. If they want him to catch up, they might just have to make him lane swap early on. There's 30 seconds before the next turtle actually shows, but we really need Martisi to land that ult.
Even a lane swap, I feel, wouldn't change too much, right? You can't fight Crush. Zeno would just get run down by Soul. It's a lose-lose situation so far for Monster Vicious.
But at least Zeno can do something for the upcoming turtle fights, right? I feel like his ult is more relevant in comparison to Ruff at this stage of the game, who I don't think has finished his Starlame Scythe.
Oh boy.
He's not gonna... Wait, does he have Retry? Oh, he does have Retry.
Gonna find him. There's a full combo. Can they stop him? He goes into the Shadow Kill. He get the orange buff. He didn't even get it. They get the glorious pathway out, but the direction is a bit off. Are they really gonna let Homeboys get away? At least they'll find one, right?
Hey.
Get Mao. So is in the bush. He's gonna retreat for now. I suppose it's a consolation prize.
No, I don't think it's that bad. If Amal died, then yes, it would have been terrible for the Homeboys. But the fact that Amal is alive still, it just means that they can still threaten the turtle. Both use Retribution, but Uni is the one who had to use the Oki Shadow Kill. They also got the Glorious Pathway. They've got so many ults out of the way for the side of MV. If they want to fight turtle, it's perfectly fine right now.
Amal is top side, so if Monster Vicious wants to fight, they better do it now. And it's just not going to happen.
So worth it.
Rav loses a 2v1. They drop the Glorious Pathway. It's desperation for Monster Vicious. They get the turtle, find a pull on the Crush, get him back, freeze him in his place. But Amal now shows up and counter-engage from Homeboys. Zeno is going to be the target. Cyclone Knight gets him to safety.
Even Homeboys, not exactly perfect there. He wasn't sure which target to go on to. Comms were a little messed there, but it's fine. Homeboys are still in the lead, and they will take full advantage of this. With bot tier 1 falling, this unlocks Soul to head pretty much anywhere across the map. And now that Amal, level 9 already, almost at 1,000 gold ahead of his opponent, Uni, just give him another 5 more minutes. He should be able to achieve 3 items by then and allow the rest of the jungle farm to go into Soul.
Man, Ruff is having such a tough time. He actually went for so much components before finally getting the Starlim sight. He Compare the timing to Soul, who has slightly more expensive items. He's about to hit the golden staff in a bit.
Yeah, and man, Ruff needs to scale, but unfortunately nobody can really sacrifice much gold. Even when we jump down towards the EXP department, I thought maybe Crush was doing a lot better than this, but he's only 81 gold ahead, which is not much, right? Very marginal, but he still broke that turret.
See, mid-side Homeboys will apply some pressure. Now it's their turn to play together as 5. But even then, if you want to talk about cross-map movements, Homeboys just have a lot more of that in their arsenal. You can't even really face check if you're Monster Vicious.
I mean, to be fair, you can't really face check. If you're Homeboys, you also can't really face check your opponents as well, right? It really depends on who has the lead that really determines how fast the tempo of the game is going to go. And right now, I think that Homeboys are in a spot where like Envy is catching up to their, their first item power spike, so they're waiting on their second item power spike to go ham.
It's going to be a stalemate for now. Aimao constantly a level ahead of his opponent. How is Ruff going to recover from the state? He's 0-3 so far and hasn't really been able to find much farm because he needs to stick with the team.
I think he's got to pick up double waves. That's one, but he's doing it as a full team. So they've got, the Protector President. He's got the Secret Service all around him. Top side, honestly, it's a pretty good motion if they want to get Ruff up there on that top side to maybe crack tier 1 or threaten it.
They're going to be the first one to be on that objective. So far, both turtles have went over to MV. Homeboys didn't really care too much about it. Pull on the crush. Here comes Aimao. This time he wants to contest. Gets the turtle with no problem at all. Martizi gets tossed back into the hands of Homeboys. The passive proxy flickers to safety. Aimao is going to get solo kill. The shadow kill bounces onto the gold crab as Aimao escapes with his life.
So lucky. The RNG not in his favor, but Aimao really improving his odds by just moving ever so slightly and waiting for that shadow kill to touch the river crab before hopping out of there to make it an illegal target. So really good stuff as Homeboys maintain this lead. We're hoping that they can make it to 5K as they crack down on tier 2s with 90 more seconds until we see the next neutral objective spawn.
Intention to pull away Escobar. Aimao actually, flickers backwards, couldn't find a target. The ejector ran out.
I think he got stopped midway by Zeno, but really...
at least he didn't go down.
Yeah, at least he didn't go down. I'm surprised that MV didn't punish it more than we saw, especially since the neutral objectives are not on the map. There's no purple buff on the map as well for Uni, but maybe that damage could have been relevant with the Oki shadow kill to try and get a pick off and slow down this game. Hard to say. But now that Homeboys have this level of control, it feels like they're not really pressing the advantage just yet. They don't want a potential comeback from the side of MV, like in game 1 where they overextended during the tier 2 dive.
I do wonder what is going to be the next step for Homeboys. I agree with you. I feel like Homeboys right now, they could push the envelope a bit more. I mean, they're sticking as a team, same as MV. Suppose the main concern right now is how are they going to break this mid-tier 1? I think that will open up a lot more avenues for Homeboys. Maybe this is going to be it. Unstoppable Force into the ejector seat. They want to look for Zeno, and with Soul's 2 damage, there is just no way that he can get out of this.
Yep, that's what you want to see straight up. Oh, it's not done yet.
So this gets away. Doesn't even have to use his flicker, so hey, Monster Vicious late on the follow-up.
Okay, pretty good disengage. I think that Monster Vicious understands that even if they did want a follow-up, they probably would not have gotten the kill. Soul could have easily, Phantom stepped into the rest of the team, maybe even flickered for the team. Maybe he's very, very desperate, or put very, very low, making the odds for Uni to find the kill a little hard. It doesn't help that Ruff was nowhere close to closing the distance against Soul. Unstoppable Force, though!
Oh, what a dodge from Ruff. Didn't even have to use the Purify. Maybe this is the chance to get a kill in return. Starting with Mao first. Aimao hops into the air to escape. The orange buff will be handed over to Soul, who is having one of the best series so far.
Yeah, but the whole point of that engagement and sacrificing Mao was so that Homeboys can actually crack a tier 2 on that bottom side. With this Lord, they should be able to threaten this mid lane, but we know how MV plays. They don't want to let go of mid-tier 1.
It is that important. You have to deal with empowered waves and a Lord walking towards your base from the top side. Maybe after defending for so long, they might have to let it go, honestly. I think that's what they would do.
Oh my goodness, Soul already with the Trinity build complete and has the Magic Dagger as well, just in case he accidentally takes too much damage, especially magic damage. all these out-of-tier turrets should be collapsing so fast. If Homeboys actually finds an inhibitor here, that would be insane.
Actually, that would not be the case if you are MV. So your inhibitors will stay intact. Just some scratches on the top one. But Homeboys will have a close to 6k gold lead and now full control of the map.
Yeah, the MV can't even walk outside of their base safely, right? They can't sacrifice any of their members. Everybody has a combination with the other. So if one ends up dying and is missing, then you lose a large part of your game plan. Soul having the time of his life, but even Izanami has been hitting some really good spells.
Yeah.
30,000.
Look at the player cams. I'm trying to figure out that what's the calm, right? What's the mood looking like? Because so far it does feel pretty somber on both sides. Considering that Homeboys have a very strong lead, they are really taking it slow.
Yeah, but I think they also understand the limitations, right? As much as they can steal some resources away from MV, their main win con is based off of the Lord. They're not the kind to look for the hard engagements because they know that MV has way better counter engages. So it's just a matter of just pacing yourself, taking your time, enjoying the sunset until you see those clouds. That's when you bring out the umbrellas.
We just wait for the second Lord. This game is probably going to end. If we follow this pacing, we'll just have to wait, you know, for Lord every 5 minutes. But the game will eventually end when the Lord gets too strong.
I think MV is only going to start really initiating anything unless they have like a very blaring mistake from Homeboys. Probably closer to the 16th minute of the game is when you expect that. When people get closer and closer to the end game builds, the gold lead wouldn't matter in general. But with the 5k lead that we see from the Homeboys, they're getting close to the checkmate. But unfortunately, by the time they do actually hit the 42k mark, if MV survives the next Lord push, then I think the power scaling all evens out at the end.
I think they have a very good chance to do that. This is under the premise that Homeboys will get this Lord uncontested, which I think we are gravitating towards that conclusion. Because MV can't even walk out of the base, and even if they do, you have to be prepared for your front line to just get one-shotted.
Oh, for sure. I don't think MV is going to stick their nose out anytime
soon. Mao
soon.
finds you, you're dead.
Yeah, it's just, hi Mao, and then bye Mao. He just sends you on to the next class over. Ah, man. Homeboys will take this without any issues whatsoever, but at the very least, Yuni does have his purple buff, which, as a Hayabusa, in the situation that he's in right now, he's pretty thankful. Yes, they're not pushing into his purple buff at all just yet, but Homeboys, they've got a bigger problem to deal with, and that's that inhibitor.
Yuni is still deathless the whole game. It must be pretty rough, right? Kind of hold up in your base in this manner.
I don't know, he should probably tell that to his teammate here. It was 0-3-2. Just
I mean, that and also they have to listen to his air horns, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they all can hear the in-game sounds, I forgot.
This is probably a first inhib. I don't think they can hold this. Yeah, they're not even going to bother. They get rid of the mid wave and the bottom wave first. They can deal with the Lord afterwards. It's all about buying some time for Ruff to start working on his big back Lord. The pull of Noah Escobar misses. Mao tries to go for the toss, but actually gets frozen in place. Very good response from MV to prevent a potential endgame scenario. So they lose an inhibitor, but they survive the push.
Yep, they break the siege. They're able to live. Now Homeboys can't just starve them out. Now the power levels are going to start increasing for the side of MV as they're getting closer and closer, and especially now that Ruff has his third item, that Holy Crystal, he's got some relevant damage that Homeboys must respect. So they can't overextend, unfortunately. And even so, Uni still opted to go for the Skypiercer this time around to get those executions. A lot of faith in the rest of his team.
That and the BOD, right? So once you get to below 50%, you're relying on the BOD to get you to the Skypiercer threshold, which I think is very attainable. He's going for the Endless Battle next.
Yeah. I do think it's a bit of a greedy build. I feel like the Skypiercer, maybe the BOD could have changed, but then again, it's up to the player, right? Uni is still going deathless, so he knows that he is able to pull this off.
That one good shadow kill is going to change it. We've seen it. Was it done? I think it was done by Zayed, right? Like, even in the worst case scenario, you reach that late game, all it takes is you sneak one shadow to the back line, you take out Soul or Izanami, and you just turn the fight around,
Yeah, it can happen very, very fast, which is why you can see the Homeboys being so precautious, right? It's like they're playing GTA on 4 stars right now, and if they make a mistake, it goes to 5 and it's over, right? So that's why they're patient. Every crucial mistake here is going to mean so much now that we're hitting the 15-minute mark, going to 16.
Cameras, even you look at the stage right now, the camera's all on Homeboy's side. Everyone expecting their first victory. It's going to be very meaningful. And they've been staying in this bush for the longest of times. But if there's anything we've observed about Monster Vicious in the past 6-7 minutes, is that they usually don't go too far past the rubble of the tier 2. So this ambush set up by Homeboys is not going to pay off anytime soon.
I mean, it isn't worth it at all, right? MV, as soon as the Homeboys backed away to wait for this turtle to spawn, they cleared out their entire jungle. So they're following the fundamentals, and now they're clearing bush by bush.
So that's Crush with his ultimate to push Zeno away. This Lord's gonna be important. It seems like Monster Vicious wants to fight this as a quad shadow. Uni, he's gonna be gone on! Tries to use the quad shadow to get away, but So is on him already. He goes down. What a catch by Izanami and So. That they do take down So though, but do they have residual damage? Nova Escobar is gonna go down. Ruff and Martizi remains alive, but Ruff needs to do a lot of work. Can't do enough to save Nova Escobar. Homeboys finds 3 kills.
Unfortunate, really unfortunate. That was Ruff's one moment to maybe turn this around. He drops the Zaman Force, he chrono dashes forward thinking, I'm gonna do some big boy numbers, gets hit by the Tempest of Blades and had to use that Purify. So then he can't just stick around any longer, right? He's worried about Mal, he's worried about Izanami, he needs that Purify for as long as possible.
Very unfortunate for Uni also. Look at the instant replay by JD. You can see the moment that Uni got terrified, it's just lights out.
Poor guy, he can't run away from the autos as well. So little that he can realistically do. But I do think that in this instant replay, we did see that Zeno actually getting flicked really far back, really isolating him from the rest of the fight and unable to peel for the rest of his team because he is still running Revitalize, right? He generally wants to be in front but have enough space to peel backwards to fall into the arms of Martizi or maybe even Ruff when they are low.
At least we also know that Ruff can take out Soul at this stage of the game, right? That was the only kill that they got. If Soul was alive, I think the game just ends. But now Monster Vicious, they somehow bought themselves enough time. One more chance to survive this stage. And Mao, he's going to come in this time. Nothing to stop him. Zeno, he's going to go down in an instant. Ruff is busy dealing with the Lord as the rest of his team are just getting ran down. Martizi is going to fall in. Mao picks up his sword in the process. Homeboy is already finding 2 and Mao got the immortality as the fight was dying down. But the siege isn't over just yet. Mid inhibitor drops. Monster Vicious needs to hold on for another 25 seconds. It's all down to Uni, Nova Escobar, and Ruff. The damage. Uni goes down. Unstoppable force onto Ruff. He's going to be able to dash away, but the crystal cannot move. And Homeboys finally lock in their first series win in the regular season.
Let's go! Not just a win, but a 2-0 victory against our third standing mode. It's a big moment for the Homeboys. They've worked so hard for this. Everybody in their room are cheering. They're back, baby. They finally find it.
Took them 4 weeks, but we finally get to hear the cheers of the Flame Boys. It's been quite a while since we sat on that side and hear such a roar, kind of just rumbling throughout the arena. But it's also the first series loss for MB, and in such a fashion as well.
Yeah, such a fashion as well. Man, it didn't feel like MB was doing great, but now let's have interviews with our winners, Homeboys!
Kemenangan pertama untuk Homeboys pada musim ini. 2 berbalas kosong, 3 mata penuh untuk rumah jantan MBSJ. Give it up for Homeboys! Guys, congratulations on that amazing win. Mal? Mal? Sini Mal. Alright, Mal.
Yeah.
Apa perasaan Mal lepas 4 minggu akhirnya dapat kemenangan pertama?
Rasa dia bang happy lah sebab kita dapat tamatkan kita orang punya lose rate kan.
So, kita nampak minggu diraja Homeboys ada perubahan sedikit dari segi roster dan korang masukkan EXP laner baru. Korang rasa line up ni dah macam lagi stable ke dan chemistry lagi ngam ke untuk the upcoming games yang korang ada?
Setakat ni masih nak cakap masih dah on top tu belum lagi, cuma InsyaAllah untuk next week ataupun game seterusnya kita orang akan lebih better lah daripada hari ni.
Alright, terima kasih Mal. Okay guys, korang nampak the emotions are overwhelming today. Kita nampak dorang nangis dalam player room. Tapi korang rasa siapa yang sepatutnya jadi MVP perlawanan ini? Wish, banyaknya nama daripada audience kita. So mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Crush. Amazing. Okay. Hi Crush, how are you? Kamusta?
I'm fine.
You're fine. You want me to speak in English or Tagalog? Any, okay. Are you nervous today? This is your debut on the big stage. You've never played for MPL before, guys. Berikanlah tepukan sikit. Ini adalah game pertama dia main atas pentas. Your first official game on the big stage. How does it feel like to play in MPL?
Nothing.
Nothing? Were you nervous just now?
No.
No. Okay, how does it feel like to play with homeboys?
Exciting and new.
Exciting and new. Are you feeling confident with this lineup that you guys might be able to still make it to playoffs?
Yeah.
Yes. I love it. Dia nonchalant. Dia tak cakap yeah. Dia cakap no, yeah. Okay, tak apa. Amal. Nampaknya Amal perform dengan sangat bagus hari ni. That turtle steal. I still saw that. I remember that. Now, kita nampak that season ni, musim ni, Amal banyak pakai assassin. Your upcoming matches, you akan lawan Todak. Dorang ada Gary dengan Zaid. Zaid Prime Season 9. So, antara assassin user yang hebat season ni, you rasa dah ready ke nak lawan? Tengok, Todak kat atas tu.
Dah.
Dah ready?
Ready.
Alright, Homeboys is back, guys. Homeboys is very much confident. Okay, mana Soul? Soul. Congrats, huh? Okay, now Soul, I see that you guys had a very rough starting this season. Very, very rough. What changes did you guys do as a team, and how did you guys manage to maintain your mental state?
I think just we need to trust ourselves and trust the team.
Trust the team, that's it. So far, you're trusting the team?
Yeah.
Okay. Coach Jeff. Coach. Come to Coach. Coach. Jarang-jarang ni, Coach. Coach, you seem like you're overwhelmed with emotions right now. Do you guys have a buff today because Daddy came? No? Watching. Did it give you guys like that extra morale boost because Daddy came to watch you guys today?
Daddy is the buff of Homeboys right now.
I rasa Daddy kena datang setiap kali lah Homeboys main ni baru boleh menang. Mana Daddy? Hi Daddy. Daddy's in the room, right? Oh, hi Daddy. Okay. Semua orang dekat MPL rindu Daddy. Okay, maybe you want to say something to the fans who came today to support you guys?
Terima kasih banyak Homeboys fans and nice game to fans of MB and hope you support us until the end. Thank you.
All right, terima kasih kepada Homeboys. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. All right. Thank you guys. Ini adalah satu perlawanan yang sangat-sangat emotional sebab Homeboys memang perlukan kemenangan ini untuk at least still see the upcoming playoffs. And with that, mari kita throw to the mic check untuk dengar macam mana Homeboys communicate to get their first win of the season.
I can just click the front, guys.
Yeah, can.
See me. Okay, ready, guys? Ready.
Coming.
Ruby, guys.
Nice.
Guys. Targeting, guys. Bala.
Sorry, guys.
I didn't know AI technology has evolved so much, but yeah, we'll save the mic check for later on. But congratulations to Homeboys, right? Getting their first series win over an undefeated Monster Vicious. So whoever I made fun with the winless boys, I'm sorry. It's not my idea. I'm just saying that they finally got their win.
Hey, they can't be called winless boys anymore. So down with the moniker and now up with Homeboy stocks right now, with Crush being the MVP of this game. I had my doubts initially because he was playing, again, very boring matchups, nothing much happening. But after seeing his spacing against Zeno on this CC, man, he's got the mechanics for sure. His spacing is perfect.
Yeah, and I think when you look at the limited background info that we have on him, some with tier 3, tier 2, and now kind of on that tier 1 stage and being able to put up a solid performance. And it doesn't have to be flashy, you end the game with 10 kills. Just do enough to win your lane and the game for your team. think Crush showing some really good promises for Homeboys.
Oh yeah, I can't wait for the post-game stats because I want to see how hard did he win in this matchup, right? What did he do different? Because yes, he's spacing correctly, but how much of an impact was it at the end of the day? Because his damage taken per minute is pretty high overall with 65% of the kill participation, but most importantly, he is very involved. 4, 3, and 17 assists throughout the matches.
Just really sticking to his team like glue. Every time Homeboys, they get the snowball, Crush is always there to stick with them. And you think that, you know, on that CC he would be, well, on the Edith at least, he would be in the side lane, but and then when you look back, it's Amal, right? He's like, Amal takes the side lane, So takes the side lane, he just sticks with his team.
Yep, and he did a very good job as well. So I think that overall, I'm pretty happy with the pickup here from the Homeboys. Hopefully Crush gets to show us what he's truly made out of. Hopefully they build a strategy around him. Well, that's what I hope for every EXP later, to be honest. But I do think that for a debut, very good.
Yeah, and I want to see more out of him, right? What happens if he gets his hands onto someone like a Ruby, Terizla, or an Arlet, which has been banned, especially the Arlet, right? A lot of teams that go up against Homeboys don't let that hero through. But also Izanami, Amal, both getting a flawless game essentially.
Yeah, we got 2 times heads Mal, man. Luckily the coin flip was definitely in their favor, but I feel like the side laners in the team, well, not all the side laners, but specifically Sol, just felt super confident today, right? It felt like his laning phase was really good overall. He was confident during team fights at the same time, more so in game 1. Game 2, he was a little bit more conservative, honestly, because of the short range, but with the rest of his team, and especially when he stands right next to Izanami, you see him pop off.
I think it also boils down to Homeboys starting to read into the tendencies of MV, right? They can predict if MV is going to make the move. Like Sol hung himself out as a bait, and then they took out Ruff for the 3rd time in that bottom lane, and just all these minor movements that Homeboys were able to predict really gave them a lot of advantage.
I mean, it's abusing the basics of the game, right? If somebody's pivoting towards the left, you would only assume that's the last direction that they're going to be moving towards. You can fake people out based off of Fog of War. But I think that Nova X Hobart and as well as Zeno need a little bit of work. It feels like they're too linear, they're too honest with the way that they play.
Yeah, I think that was... I figured that this could be what Homeboys saw from MV last week when MV did when MV went up against, I believe, Team Ray, and they had kind of those very synchronized movements, but it kind of felt at some point that it's going to happen. Maybe Homeboys looked into that and figured out, okay, if we just don't let MV make those moves, we can take control.
Especially when you see the signals, right? Maybe, honestly, that could be a whole video for the content creators out there, a whole video in itself of how MV gives out these signals, how obvious they make it sometimes, right? Just to kind of initiate. They come out with air horns when they're in the middle of the attack that's supposed to be sneaky. But I do think the worst part about all of it is that Martizi really underperformed this game. And I think that on that Aurora, he was whiffing some it felt like there was no way he could miss, and yet he was not able to complete the chain.
Yeah, and it feels like also Homeboy kind of threw them into panic mode, right? You have a lot of crucial targets that you need to hit, but you're missing those important shots. Can't find Sol, you have Mal running at you, and then maybe there's too many things to consider, but at the same time, you just gotta lock it in.
Yeah.
And yeah, very unfortunate. Doesn't help when your front line gets kind of just melted by carry. Pretty tough when you see your Hylos get tossed back and he just disappeared.
To be fair, it was Zeno's fault for taking the Revitalize in the first place. Had he taken Vengeance, if he was behind, he would have been okay.
That's true, but people don't really take Vengeance on Hylos XP, you know?
I mean, you're fighting up against us. See, you know it was going to be CC, man. Come on. There's a couple of optimizations that could have been done. But even so, I don't think it would have changed the outcome overall. I think that Homeboys really did their homework well against MV, and for good reason as well. But at the same time, the dominating factor really started to happen towards the mid game, right? So it was clear that Homeboys came in prepared, but at the same time, they're really leaning into their win conditions. Game 1, it was all about Sol. Game 2, now they have to wait for MV to make the mistake.
Yeah, and they were punishing MV left, right, and center. Even when you look at those minor macro moves at the start, we even predicted, right? Homeboys, they're gonna let MV take the turtle. They will punish MV elsewhere. Turtle goes down, Ruff dies. So it's very telegraph movement from MV that Homeboys have really figured out to the kind of down to the dot.
Now here's the thing. Here's the thing that I'm curious about Ruff. Can he actually play from behind? And I know last season we saw him play behind pretty much 100% of the season. Maybe he won a couple of lanes, but he eventually get overtaken by his opponent. Now when he does have a lead, it's clear that he can play with the lead, but it seems like once he's behind, he doesn't feel as confident anymore. In comparison to Seoul, who is like, I'm behind, but I still hurt, so let's do this.
Yeah, that and also can the rest of MV kind of play from that spot, right? I mean, this game is understandable that they have to play together. You can't really face check bushes, but what's the contingency plan? Because at some point it also felt like when they wanted to go for the Lord contest, it was very predictable, right? You see a Hylos walking up to you, you know it's going to happen.
Yeah, no, that's another thing. I feel like Martizi and Zeno cannot play from behind, and Uni and Nova X Kobar are comfortable even if they are behind, which is two very different things. Because if you're comfortable from behind, at least you're making rational decisions, right? Compared to Nova X Kobar and compared to Zeno and Nova X Kobar, both of them, if they are low, it feels like they are desperate to make a play to try and push back into the game.
No, because of the old homeboys, I know.
Look, at least they were able to pull it off. This time around, it's at least it goes to show that MV isn't perfect, and there are things that they need to work on.
Yeah, and I think it also kind of temporarily gives us the answer to whether they're international ready. Sad to say, not just yet, but they still have time to work on it. Hall of Famers for this game, we gotta give it to Amal for the highest GPM, Izanami as the carry, and the wingman again. It's Zeno being the sandbag once more.
Poor guy. He took so much punishment that game.
Doesn't win lane, gets first blooded, gets tossed back.
Yeah, dude, I felt like the toss back was so disrespectful because he would wait. He would get all the way to the end of the glorious pathway, and it's like, okay, I want to hover around here. Gets lobbed back like so far a completely different direction from where the fight is actually pulling away to. So honestly, I do think that there needs to be a little bit of foresight for MV, but they're all young players and there's still time to learn. Let's look at the item build progression. This is what I've been excited for. Let's see how quick they got their items. All right, so Zeno, first item, Gleaming Gem, makes total sense to me. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Amal, on the other hand, by 4 minutes, 30 seconds, already with the Berserker's Fury.
I mean, that and also when you look at Soul, in under 10 minutes, he got 2 items when Ruff only got the Starlim Sight. But again, he went for a lot of components before he completed the Starlim Sight. Just for those more goal-efficient manner of playing the game, I guess.
Yeah, and I think he was like, what, 45 seconds 45 seconds sooner than the average time of when a gold laner is supposed to get their Trinity build already done, which is not too bad. With that accelerated start, the fact that he manages to get his full build at the end of the day, really, it's just the composition that's holding this team back from ending the game fast.
And I think overall, at the end, it's just, I think Homeboy is playing a better game than MV, and we even see Zeno's starting item, right? It's just to survive against the CC lane, which is very, very rare, honestly.
No, it's actually pretty common, because here's the thing about the Gleaming Gem, right? Every time you level up, you get both health and as well as mana, which is like double the effect, because Hylos is like, well, I can use my health as mana anyways, right? So he's getting so much value and sustain just by having this one component. He doesn't even need to finish it, which he didn't at the end of the day.
Didn't really have the chance to do that, but with that win, Homeboys now shoot themselves up to 6th spot.
Wow!
Whereas for Monster Vicious, they still retain the 3rd spot, but that is going to change very soon, because coming up, we got JP9ers against Todak, and winner is definitely going to overtake MV.
For sure. But that's under the assumption that it's a 2-0. Unless Todak wins, they only need just the series win. That's all they need.
Actually, a 2-1 would do it, right?
Yeah.
For both teams.
Oh boy, I don't know. This one's gonna be tough, because overall I think that MV are in a really great position. But wait, it's true, they haven't played all of their games. I thought they have already played 5. They've only just completed their 4th one. All right, that makes a lot more sense now.
But the upcoming matches are pretty tough. Like, it is from this point onwards, it is the gauntlet for MV.
Whether or not they can survive the gauntlet is a different story, but that's for another day, right? This is why this week is supposed to be Minggu Diraja, the kingmakers of the week.
Yeah, and unfortunately for MV, it's only going to get tougher from this point onwards. And with those opponents seeing how Homeboys kind of cracked the code, MV got a lot of homework to do. But coming up, JP9ers against Todak. This is interesting because last season, no one believed that the Niners could beat Todak, and they beat Todak.
And they did.
I think right now, a lot of people also believe that they couldn't beat Todak. Can they do it again?
I feel like this is a bit more 50-50, because both sides had roster changes, and I don't know what Todak we're going to be getting here today, personally.
Well, we just have to wait and see. For now, we'll go for a break, and we'll come back for the second best of 3 of the day.
Nak apa jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tak pelik. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Hollink Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lima lagi gatal sangat.
Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
White out. Unstoppable.
Betul lah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Cik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena-mena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna...
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
They are the curse breakers, the two-time world champions!
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's going to be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from...
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight to the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking? I don't know, but more. More regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true, though. I'm kind of dumb. Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
so
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH,
Oh,
PH
non-PH.
We got that in M5, though. What specific region do you want in the finals? North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit...
I don't know about that one.
like a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do you want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED, just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards. Yeah, and then
The
I
BMI, because he can go back and that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to
What?
sing?
You know what? Every year we seem to always, the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm going to be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single elims, we've done that before. We've done double elims, you know.
We've done group stages,
We've
we've
done
done
We also done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations,
Good
yeah.
times.
Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have
You
to
will do it.
suffer the wrath
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents? They should be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mar, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
we've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even in the group stage, you know who you facing on.
Yeah.
You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
Yeah. They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
they think?
Yeah, for Swiss format, yeah. No, okay, we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. Okay. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steph, Lizzie, like, what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like, you know?
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent, you can pre-prepare for it, and honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is very different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Oh. Maybe.
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean,
it's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
Now that won't happen. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tak pelik. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi, gatal sangat.
Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, keluarmu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
Welcome to the land of God.
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kagura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Hacik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena-mena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah, adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Winning the game, getting the checkmate, setting everything up. The curse breakers, the two-time world champions.
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's going to be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight
to
the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be
Better.
better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius.
I'm a genius. You're a genius. Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking?
I don't know. But more. More regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true, though. I'm too dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
so
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH,
Oh,
PH
non-PH.
finals.
You got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals? North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We've got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our lifetime?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style, you know? Like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting. Very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's kinda
forwards. Yeah, and then
The
I want-
BMI, because he can go back and
Yeah,
that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter
to
sing? You know what? Every year we seem to always the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm gonna be like, that's a dope song. So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single limbs, we've done that before. We've done double limbs, you know.
We've done group stages
We've
with
done
no...
We also
eliminations.
done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations,
Good
yeah.
times.
Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What's
What?
Swiss format?
What is that? What is
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
That's a great idea. That's a great
wait,
idea.
wait.
Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have
You
to
will do it.
suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents?
Why
They
the
should
talents?
be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players. That's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players, because well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
We've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say, because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you gotta also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even on the group stage, you know who you facing on.
Yeah.
You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
it's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
they think?
Yeah, for Swiss format, yeah. No, okay, so we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steph, Weezy, like, what do you guys think is going to be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're going to play way more games in this format. Am I correct, right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like,
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record. So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent, you can pre-prepare for it, and you honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket, but you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is very different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean,
it's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
Now that won't happen though. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tak pelik. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lima lagi, gatal sangat.
Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelomomo dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
Welcome to the land of God.
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Hacik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena-mena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia.
New champions of the mid-season.
Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah, adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star.
MPLMY Season 14 is powered by Moonton, KPRG, and MSNJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8, king of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner, up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Welcome back to the MPL Malaysia Season 14, Week 4, Day 1. This is Kingmaker Week continues into our second best of 3 in just a little bit. JP Niners taking on Todak for another Royal Rumble. You're here with us. My name is Husky on the desk. Alongside me is Gideon Q.
Now this is the big one here because Kingmakers need to secure enough points to try to maybe touch qualification for playoffs, and there's no better way to do that without the Republic of Gamers.
Especially the ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone of MPL Malaysia Season 14 that helped the pros to constantly be at the top of their game. And it also is retaining the crown as the king of performance and comes with a sleek new design, improved cameras, and the ROG Phone 8 goes beyond gaming. Let's take a look at our current standings after the first series where Homeboys get a 2-0 win over Monster Vicious, shooting them up to 6th spot. But right now, it's between JP Niners and Todak, and a winner will make it into top 3.
Now this is important for JP Niners because this could potentially send them in towards the top 3 area and maybe even contest for top 2 if the rest of the season goes well for them. Todak, on the other hand, wants to break that wants to get to at least the 50% win rate overall, because in terms of the game wins and game losses, it's slightly on the losing side, but only by 1.
Yeah, only by 1 in terms of series as well, right? Todak have a chance to tie it up, whereas JP Niners have the opportunity to pull ahead. And most importantly, it's also in terms of the aggregate points, because Todak only has a 1-point difference compared to JP Niners. So if anything, I think this would set the bar for the rest of the season.
Oh yeah, and let's not forget, a majority of their games haven't been played just yet, so once we get towards the end of it, they might be able to hopefully shake up the top 3 that we have so far here in week number 4. With that being said, let's have a bit of a conversation of the JP Niners lineup here, because they're interesting. With Zach UT, Ye3, Max Rossi, and as well as Lolios, they have been finding success here and there, but it's a bit of a coin flip when it comes to Lolio.
Yeah, a lot of times you're looking at bits and pieces of JP Niners, right? Sometimes they show up and you're not seeing it as a whole. It keeps you wondering, is this the Loliao that is going to win the game? Is Ye3 going to have a good XP lane? But at least we know that Zach QT in that mid lane has been consistently performing throughout all the games that he has played.
Yeah, I think so far we're just waiting to see JP Niners work as a mid-trio to kind of make things happen across the map rather than just letting Max as well as Rossi kind of play based on the lane states, right? We're hoping to see whether or not they're going to be able to adapt in this game, especially against Todak, who are a lot more flexible with their game style.
Especially when we look back at last week where JP Niners, they went up against Homeboys. They had a chance to close it out 2-0, but when it dragged out to that ultra late game, that's where you see it start to fall apart. Contrary to Todak, today they will be playing kind of the ultimate lineup, but instead of Zayed, we get Gary alongside Yenlord, Momo, Chiku guys, and Zyme Senpoi.
So I guess this is Squad C?
Squad D?
Squad
like
D?
C 3.5.
I'll take that. I'll take that. It's interesting that they're bringing in Gary this time around. I'm not too surprised by it, but Zayed has been performing overly well. And obviously, I'm happy with Zyme Senpoi still playing in that mid lane. Yanlord has been a big standout for me, but the fact that they've got Chiku, speaking of that like ultra late game, that's where you see Chiku really shine. Even their game against Vamos the other time, very close margins.
Very close margins. It really did came down to that base push, right? Where they just unfortunately didn't have the damage to close things out. So see, we are going to also, I think, consider how Todak has been really building this lineup, because we've seen D in week 1, but right now it's more of the Chiku guys show. Even on the screens, you can see the teams doing their ping test, and JP9 is really much locked in. They know how important this series is. Last season, no one believed in them. I think this season, if they can do it back-to-back against a Todak that look a lot more polished, I think this really says a lot about JP Niners.
For sure, and I think especially when you have Chiku guys on the team, the shot calling and the macro needs to be on par with his calls, because if it's not, he'll say something about it for sure. Even if it's his coaches, he'll be like, hey, I'm not wrong in this scenario.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to fault him, right? He had some very interesting calls, interesting picks, but a lot of times game-changing decisions, right? On top of that, you have Zyme Senpoi, who has also been on point with all of his decision-making. And that leads us to the headline for this series. Squad C, the winning condition. You look at Zai's turret ratio, number 2 amongst junglers. Unique heroes among XP laners. That's going to go to Momo. And of course, the Roger win rate for Chiku guys. Won 3 out of 4 games.
Despite having the second in terms of turtle ratio amongst junglers here locally in MPL, MY 67 is a ridiculous rate. The person above him is going to be crazy. I can only imagine a couple because, again, they lost that game against Vamos, especially against Chibi, because of those secures. Maybe not turtle, but at least for the Lord.
Yeah, when it comes to Lord, if you can beat Chibi in a red 3 fight, you're a god. So number 1 is either him or Sekai's, right? Either Chibi or Sekai's. I would definitely wager that. Coming to this, I mean, Gary hasn't been able to play the past few series. You think bringing him back kind of is Todak's way of saying, now we want to polish a second jungler?
Well, here's the thing, right? I'm not 100% sure about it because when we look at it from from S10 when his prime, when he was like qualifying to go all the way to M4 at the time with Team Hawk.
Yeah.
That was a very different scenario. I felt like that was the first time he felt that international was attainable. Now, with everybody kind of like scaling up alongside him, it's been many, many seasons since we've seen him actually find that form again. But considering that Todak has done it with Zayat and has gone back to Assassins, which Gary is known for as well, I don't know whether he's going to be vocal to the team coach to say, hey, give me this Ling, give me a Fanny, I will carry this game.
I do agree on that. I hope that that's the case behind the scenes because we've kind of waited for Gary to reach that form for quite some time, right? We had to go to different metas where he's not comfortable with. But even right now, I think there are still a lot of questions to be asked. Where is that Gary that we've all known? We've seen him play couple of games at the start of the season, but not really to a degree that I think would please a lot of his fans when he was back in his prime.
That's the thing, right? Everybody is holding him accountable to when his prime was truly in motion. And nowadays, like, I guess he's more known for his alpha at this point in time because, again, it's one of his like signature picks. He's one of the few players who still are capable of playing it at a high level, but even so has still not found that major success for Todak as a org.
It did garner respect in the drafting phase, but it's not enough, right? And, well, we want to also implore you guys and remind you guys to join the fight because it's only going to get heated from this point onwards. Go to your settings in your game client, press redemption and key in the code, or just scan the QR code to get some goodies.
I highly suggest using the QR. It's just way easier to do rather than snapshotting and having to memorize it. Either or. Too many buttons to do when you can just use your camera. But with that being said, right, if Todak is going to be putting in Gary, does that mean the entire composition is going to change because of a quote-unquote limited hero pool and maybe he doesn't play Lancelot as crispy as Zayat?
I hope that's not the case. I think with such a tight assassin meta, you should be able to play most of the meta heroes.
Fair.
But we'll let the players do the talking. For now, let us bring on the two teams onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, JP Niners and Todak.
JP Niners.
Now taking center stage is the team that is still finding their mojo and momentum, suffering a shocking defeat against Red Esports last week. They got the brains and brains to steer it forward. It's time to kick into Gear 5 and rev your engines for JP Niners!
Todak.
Last week, they were so close in edging out Team Vamos, but with their relentless pursuit for victory, the hunger to break into top 4 cannot be easily sated. Can the Swordfishers, known to be the comeback kings, prove that today is their day to shine? Steer clear of their collision course, Lumgar, Todak! Introducing the coaches and analysts of the two teams and head of League Ops Franklin, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity within the matches. Antagonist and Chico for JP Niners, Ashi and Kuja for Todak. With that being said, let us keep it going with fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. Ini gaya kita. This is MPL Malaysia. This is MPL Sportsmanship.
Good luck with both of these teams because, again, this is a very important match for the standings overall. We're already in week 4 and there's only 2 weeks left before we conclude and head straight into the playoffs. And there's a big break between the end of the regular season and playoffs itself.
Yep, and for anyone who's hearing air horns behind us, it's the BM side. Don't worry, we'll get it soon, hopefully during playoffs. But for now, I think for Todak, playoffs is non-negotiable, right? You gotta make it to playoffs at least. They finished 5th and 6th 2 seasons in a row. But for JP9ers, it's a step up if they can qualify to that playoffs. And I think it would be very interesting to see some of these players kind of being able to play that BO5 format, right? Like, for example, Max has missed it out for quite some time. This is his best chance.
I think this is his best chance. So far, the team has their ups and downs, especially when they're ahead. But let's have a look at specifically the coin flipper himself, Loliels, because we messaged him, right? We decided to ask him, how do you feel going up against Todak, especially with the loss against Red? And then he explains, last week's loss isn't something that can bring down our momentum, but we will learn from the game against Red. As for Todak, we will just focus on ourselves, which is the right mentality to have.
Yeah, I agree. I really like the fact that JP9ers as a team, or at least for Loliel in this case, kind of figured out that it's not about how to beat Todak, but it's about how to play as yourself, right? That's the identity of JP9ers that we are still looking for, and I'm glad that they are looking in that direction, and perhaps that's going to bring them together even more.
Well, that's what we're hoping for, right? At the same time, his individual performance has been up and down overall. I think that, unfortunately, Zach QT is going to be the most, I would say, consistent next to Max. Even Max, depending on his pick sometimes, he gets a little too aggressive.
Yeah, and sometimes when the going gets tough, he has certain tendencies to take matters into his own hands, and that's where you really would start to see JP9ers lose a bit of control. But teams have figured out if we can shut down Zach QT, the whole structure crumbles, and that's where you really need to look at Lo Liao and Rasi to bring it together. Speaking of JP9ers, we gotta look at their team calendar. This is their 6th series, so they got 3 more to go after this. October 5th against Team Hawk, October 6th against Selangor Red Giants, and closing out the season against Monster Vicious.
Oh boy. I mean, they were probably, I guess that they were hoping that MV might have come a little bit sooner before the SRG matchup, especially seeing the clear weaknesses that they had here today. Not to mention that, at least for Team Hawk, seems more manageable for the side of JP, but SRG on the 6th, hopefully they're in tip-top shape.
Oh yeah, they gotta be, right? Because back-to-back series, and the power gap between the two teams that are about to face up is immense at this point of time. So JP9ers is tall order. But I think if they can overcome Todak in a clean manner, that could really set them up for success. At least put them in a position, if they can't break into top 2, at least playoff is guaranteed.
Yeah, I think that in that sense, it has to be worth it. Every one of these matches, as long as they are able to get at least one match and maybe secure a 2-0 in one of them, they should be in the clear. This is under assumption that all the other teams are going at the trajectory that we predicted to, but now we need to start talking about the draft, right? Because again, Yanlord, very big standout for me, but he's a standout on specific heroes, right? His coverage is rather ridiculous, only when he has the tools like Cho, maybe even Grok sometimes, to create that space.
Yeah, Cho, Grok, Ruby has been the 3 prime picks for him. I'm still waiting to see if Todak is comfortable enough to run the Arlot, but in the wrong role, we haven't really seen that on Yanlord just yet. And maybe if Todak makes it to M6 again, that could be an option, right? Maybe the meta has shifted by then. So remember, M6 is happening in Malaysia. If you guys haven't checked it out yet, be sure to mark it down in the calendar, scan the QR code, key in the redemption code, get your stuff.
Honestly, it'd be pretty wild if Todak makes it to M6 this time around. Because again, it's one of those like legacy teams that have been there at M1 to put Malaysia on the map. SRG puts us as the latest hot additions to the Malaysian enterprise. And most people still remember Todak from that time.
Yeah, I think even when you look at seasons that Todak didn't perform, right, and not making it to M5, people, the general public still talks about Todak, right? It's like an undying legacy that they have built for themselves. And honestly, if they make it to M6, it would be special in a way that you not only have a legacy team, but you also have legacy players on it.
Yeah.
And you see Chico back on that stage.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I can only imagine. When he made that debut during M1, I don't think anybody was ready for it. Even casting during that time, I wasn't ready. I watched the regular season and was like, yeah, he's good, but he didn't go above and beyond.
No, I was expecting 10-second gaming plus to beat them, but then they showed us the macro backdoor game, right? So they were good times, but let's look towards the future because the drafting phase is about to kick off. JP9ers against Todak. Let's see what these teams have for starting. Of course, with site selection, we are going to get Todak on blue side, JP9ers on red.
All right, Todak on blue side have already banned out the Ruby and as well as the Harith. JP banning out the Chip. I'm curious to know whether they're interested in the Alice ban, which we've seen on red side a couple of times. We do see the Phobius as per usual. These are going to be perma-banned on red side pretty much until we see a big shakeup in the meta.
And I'm thinking as well, is high loss going to be a priority? Because we have seen examples, well, not the high loss actually. We did, right? Like we saw in game 1, carry is a good option, but also if you're able to displace high loss from the glorious pathway, he is not as durable as you think he is.
Yeah, he honestly isn't as durable as most people imagine. Yes, he's really annoying as a single person, but like when you have the team around you, maybe you can make other things happen. I do think that Ye3 is a little bit more comfortable into playing against Hylos because I know he plays CC, and last match you just saw how Crush absolutely demolished the lane.
Todak, they don't want to take any chances with it as well. JP9ers is the only team so far, as my recent memory serves, that flexes the high loss. We've seen it both on Rasi and on Ye3. And now it's time for them to kind of consider what are they willing to give over to Todak, because I mean I'm looking at Cho could be an option. We haven't really seen much of it from Rasi, but Todak, they don't mind taking Cho in the first phase.
I don't know here. I feel like Todak might go into their usual Todak cultural days where they're whipping out some weird picks.
Roger this and it would be fine, right?
I mean, sure, yeah, Roger would be absolutely fine if they want to play safe, but considering that they've already banned out the Harith, and they've also decided to get rid of the Ruby, I'm guessing they want to play an assassin of some sort, and maybe in the gold lane, this could be an Alice pick. You haven't seen it here in MPL just yet, or at least I haven't like witnessed it in play.
Wow, they just grabbed the Moskov straight. So they're letting through a lot of the picks. They're letting JP9 sort of decide, I guess, on how the first phase is gonna go.
They want Lolios to play Claude again. Dude, I didn't imagine that the joke would be ongoing from last week, but...
I mean, if he picks Claude now...
if he does pick Claude, that's a different story. Oh wait, Zayed is here.
They do miss the prime Zayed.
It's alright, it's alright.
Alright.
If things go terribly for Todak in game,
they're gonna sub him in.
Probably.
If Gary drops the ball, they'll sub him in. I mean, there is the Roger still, but again, we've seen Max play the Roger jungle.
Yeah.
Claude is still on the table, but if not Claude, then who?
I'm hoping it's Alice, because Lolios used to play EXP before, and he used to debut on Uranus, Yutong, and as well as Alice, all three. Oh wait, sorry, Esmeralda. That was the one. Right? Yes, that was the prime one.
Oh, there it is, the Cho pick for Todak. A lot of comfort picks for Yanlord, right? I mean, we completely let the Matilda slip our mind. Because when you look back at the match against Team Vamos, like Game 3 last week, Matilda was a big contention that Vamos was willing to steal it away for Zorn.
Yeah.
Okay, so they get the Cho back.
And serve me.
So does Zasya. Very standard opening.
Extremely standard opening. I feel like because Ashi decided to bring Kuja specifically up to the stage, his drafting style is very much leaned towards, okay, we have a couple of strategies to play, but what are you most comfortable in playing, right? That's why we're seeing Cho getting picked up so early, basically blind. We don't see any assassins from the side of JP9ers, but at the very least, right, Todak are flexible enough to say, even if you are comfortable, this could go into the EXP.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just give Momo the Cho. I mean, we've seen an XP Cho once. That one, well, an XP Cho Jungle Cho once. That one didn't work out. But the Faramis pick for JP9ers, one of the Zac QT special.
Okay.
So I'm surprised that we are not seeing the Vexana into the Zas, right? Which is a common response.
Well, I don't mind this as much, right? It just means that the mid lane is going to need their roamer to stick around a little bit longer to unlock Faramis out of that lane before they rotate. That is interesting. Khalid banned. I don't remember seeing the SG next to our MPL.
No, me neither. Did Todak get Diablo in? That does not look like Diablo at all.
It's your Ye3's photo, but it's Diablo sitting up on stage.
That'd be so funny.
That'd be so hilarious. I don't know. Khalid's in an interesting position. I do think that teams kind of overlook how effective Khalid is at his job. He's kind of like Thamos, but he has a lot more impact in team fights, especially with the Raging Sandstorm.
Moves faster, doesn't taper off as hard as Thamos, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you ban a Khalid, you are still letting through something like a CC. I know Minsita, like Momo would take Minsita if it requires him to.
Not a lot of dashes, to be fair, from JP, other than like Roger and like Onward from Edith, but those aren't like core abilities. They can still basically just walk out of it if necessary. There we go. Arlet ban coming in from JP. Interesting. I was leaning more to Todak banning that out.
Yeah. So Todak, they will have to reveal XP and jungle next. We have seen Gary play the export jungle. I mean, so far his stats in regular season was 1 wins out of 5 games, right? Not looking the best. But in this case, I think if they want to really go back to the non-assassin jungler, the Xbox doesn't feel too bad as a choice. In fact, Todak is the one that bans out Alice, so it does go back to what you say, right? Loliao could play it, but he won't get it this time.
A bit unlucky, a bit unlucky. You see the Gatot get locked in for the side of JP. This is very interesting, right? Because I've been leaning into the fact that Gatot, I don't feel like he is that great in the meta overall. Yes, he gets mega sustainability when he is slow. Yes, he's got a good taunt. He's basically got a global ult. But the main issue is that when you're dealing with a comp with hyper mobility and generally doesn't want to stick together, that's when you face a lot of issues, right? You eliminate one side of the map, but then there are multiple areas that are just opened up because you're stuck in that animation of the Sky Guardian avatar.
That, and also against Pew, you suffer, right?
Oh, so much, yeah.
There's knockbacks, knockups, kicks. You can't even stick onto the Zaska. He beams you down. It is sort of a deny pick from Todak. We did see Momo play the Gatot, but yeah, the export comes out. But in the XP lane, Gary will get his Fanny.
Ooh,
honestly,
okay.
Exploring to Gatot, I mean, good luck being a Gatot player.
Yeah, it's not going to be a fun time, that's for sure. But I'm excited to see Gary back on this Fanny. Let's see if he can actually make it happen, right? Because again, Farmers compositions are really annoying because as soon as you start grouping up, Fanny's like, I've got no targets.
But then you have the Xbox to solve the problem.
Well, I mean...
Sort of.
So, yeah, sort of. In terms of overall AoE, Xborg is pretty much the closest one. Well, other than the Moskov, of course, but even so, JP would need to line up and also fall into range. So it's a little tough to say.
What is Loliao or Max is going to get? I mean, if Max goes Assassin, it could be Nolan, Ling. That's Mario. A lot of options. Oh boy, here we go. Oh no. We've seen this before.
3 bans, 12 total picks, 25% win ratio.
To be fair, he didn't contribute like the 25%. He only contributed 1 game. But if you look at his track record, it's
not good.
It's not good. Not good at all. Across like 7 seasons.
Oh boy. Let's see whether or not we're going to get which side of the coin it's going to be for Lolios as he gets into this game. Because keep in mind, he's playing up against Chiku, and Chiku isn't going to let him get away with much.
Yeah, Moskov into the clot as well. Well, it's going to be very interesting because Todak, they're going for very comfort picks, right? Especially in XP, I believe this is the first time we've seen it.
Yeah, it is going to be Xborg in the EXP lane for Momo. It's going to be a good time for him, especially against Gatot. But the biggest problem is how do you crack open the foundation? How do you break Zac QT so we can't provide that extra life in a fight?
There's only one way to find out. We're going to load into the land of Dawn. Game 1 between JP Niners and Todak. Todak on the blue side, JP Niners on red. Let's say JP Niners, they did make adjustments, right? Gatot is going into Rassi's hand, so even in the Xbox, at least there is a way out.
Absolutely. Team fights are going to be really hard here, but let's see how they play it. Does Todak go for a triple leash for Gary to speed him up? Max doesn't mind too much, will be able to keep pace with him on this Roger. Todak on the blue side, JP on the red. So they're going to start on the same side of the map and end up towards that gold lane.
Yanlor already broke the tempo a bit, right? Spots out Max. Max instantly has to go for his purple.
Yeah, and so far, I'm trying to think of how Todak is going to manage their resources, because it's tough. If you are Cho, who do you kick exactly? If you kick the Gatot, I mean, sure, but he's not prime target, right? And no matter what, the Netherrealm coming in for Farmers basically saves anybody who gets kicked in the first place. So should your priority be kicking Zac QT?
But yeah, he doesn't have Purify, so if you can burst him down, sure. But that is under the premise that you can find Zac QT.
Yeah, he'll probably sit really far back and only come in afterwards. So I think the only opportunity that Yanlord has to get an effective kick is probably onto Max during a turtle take.
Yeah. That or Ye3, right? Those two feel like the best target. But again, you need to somehow make sure that Rassi doesn't show up on time or Zac QT doesn't have his... Oh, they're going to try mid-side. That is plenty of damage, but the Revitalize from Rassi is just sufficient.
Yeah. Wait.
Wow.
I gotta rewatch that again. I don't know whether it was a visual bug there of Gary spazzing out against the Nightmaric spawn or just the Nightmaric spawn can be hooked on with cables. I'll double check that in just a little bit. But for now, as the team goes by, that attack on towards onto Rassi specifically, he's not gonna have that Revitalize for the upcoming turtle take.
At least Zac QT didn't have to use his flicker. Now we'll have Netherrealm work with for this turtle fight. And I don't think, yeah, no one's not gonna get level 4. First spear almost connects and would have been a steal. worthy of a highlight clip.
Oh yeah, but at the very least, they know that Max is on the top side of the map. Todak just taking their time with this. They don't know that they're faking it so that Max can end up power farming on the opposite side. But same goes for Gary, right? At the end of it, both Todak and JP Niners have the same likeness of mind. They want their assassins and they want their heroes to scale a little bit faster into the mid game.
Can they buy 10 seconds for Revival to come back? Rossi is about to get it now. I think they will get it back just in time. Max level 6. Gary the same as well. ZAC2T trying to go for some poke. Here comes the flicker kick, but the taunt from Rossi good. Yanlord still finds the ultimate off, but here comes the nether round and the revitalize. Everything just to soak out the damage. Yanlord goes down. Gary will get the turtle though. And JP Niners, again, the defensive layering is just too much.
Yeah, Rossi really great on that taunt, but now the punishment towards Chiku guys.
They get the taunt. Purify, it's not enough. Claude getting that first kill, very important for the gold lane. And Ye3 now gets free reign on the top side.
That's huge. That is huge. He's gonna get the gold plating off of this, and the damage doesn't stop here, right? Because the control, the area of influence that JP Niners have, and especially catching Chiku guys in the middle of that rotation, it feels like the Niners have pretty much understood. Oh, hold on.
This time on the Zac, QT has the flick the steal, doesn't really need it. Pulls him underneath the turret, forces Gary to get out. That's another problem with this Cho right now. If you get taunted, the entire tempo breaks, and that's what we saw at the turtle fight.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him because right now Rossi seems to not be missing a beat. I don't know. I feel like Yanlord has a really tough job already, and now that Rossi is playing really well, not to say really well, but honestly finding the correct taunts at the correct timing, I think that Todak might have to readjust their game plan.
Yeah, had to put in a lot of commitment. JP Niners with a decent gold lead, shy of 2,000. Now Rossi can turn his attention to the bottom side. ZAC2T spots out the rotation of Yanlord. It's a rare sight to see Lolia having that bit of a lead. But if Todak has to bring Momo to every turtle fight, I mean, Niners would gladly take it.
Yeah. Man, I don't know. Here we go. Next play. Oh.
And learn his lesson this time.
Okay. Don't kick Rossi. I respect that. They probably want to save him for the upcoming neutral unless somebody else shows up.
Oh, that's a taunt. Intercept Gary! Rossi! What a taunt that was!
Great reaction time. And this, Gary, having no buffs whatsoever now, is going to be hanged out to dry with no purple. Let's see whether or not he can still steal this turtle once more. I feel like it's unlikely, but I do think that Todak, if they want to punish JP Niners, they need to keep track of Max's farming path.
They can try Ye3 first, but it's not easy. Hanging onto his ult, now pops it. He's gonna man fight Momo. What is Momo gonna do about it? Go for the ult. Ye3 just flickers. Well, they trade resources. JP Niners are on the turtle. Gary will attempt to try from the back, but Max will secure it this time.
Yep, a little early on the gun. Max, cool, calm, and collected, just patiently waited it out, expecting this steal. Good stuff coming in from JP Niners. Look at this rotation. They've got the marksman lane swap at the same time, but also they have ZAC2T in the right place at the right time. They've also got Rossi trying to eliminate angles. Oh!
The good kick, but there is still a spin around. Oh, there's a hand cam for Gary, no problem, as the Yanlord falls. Oh, gotta get away. Max actually goes for the chase, the Lycan pounds damage. Pretty scary, and ZAC2T even poking them under the turret. JP Niners slowly extending that lead, and like you said, Yanlord's job is, it feels so infinitely impossible. And Chico guys is gonna have to face up against Ye3. He's gonna get solo queue at this point. Not really sure what Chico guys was thinking, but JP Niners finds the kill and the mid-tier 1.
That should not have happened. Really shouldn't. Chico guys even losing out his Purify for this. Gary, the influence of the map, knowing that his team could not find that early snowball, his entire jungle is gone now. JP Niners are playing really well. Their rotations based off the information they received, and honestly, sometimes, most of the time I would say, pretty much blind, right? They're just keeping track of Gary. They're making sure that Yanlord is kept in check, and they're honestly guarding this river line so well.
A lot of power picks for JP Niners, the Fire Mist and the Gatot not making it easy. Another taunt for Rossi! Oh, this one almost resulted in Gary's death. So that's 2 times in a row that Rossi nicked him mid-cables.
Oh, Rossi, he ain't missing a beat. He's real fast on this, but look at it. Look at it. JP Niners, they understand. They just need to maintain control over mid and then utilize one of the side lanes to maybe try and crack open a tier 2 and then readjust the results. Turtle is about to spawn, and I think that Todak playing on the opposite side of the map is probably their best play.
Another taunt onto Rossi. This time, he's gonna go down. Not even a chance to escape. And Max is on a turtle, so JP Niners, they don't really lose much. They lose a bot tier 1, but sure, they get the top tier 2.
Feels like Todak are sacrificing a little too much, right? I get it, you should technically just give away the tier 2 at that stage and trade it for the tier 1 on the bottom side, but I don't know if Gary should have been the one hanging around.
Oh, it should have been Momo, I feel. Speaking of which, where is Momo? I mean, he's protecting the jungle, but you are not saving it from this JP Niners squad. A lot more than that.
To be fair, he does have War Axe. He does have a good amount of sustain so far. We do see Max opting to go for a very safe build. Windtalker, War Axe into the Thunderbelt. So from this point onwards, right, with the lead that they have, Max can really just take his time in front of opponents. He can farm an enemy jungle, poke them out while they're still, you know, lingering and trying to push him out, but build up those stacks as quickly as possible. But at this stage, with a 6k goal lead and 0 kills coming in from Todak's side, this feels like JP Niners will control the next 4 minutes.
I wonder what's next for JP Niners. How do you continue pushing this lead? Max is level 13, 2 levels ahead of Gary. We got Lord in under a minute. But this is where I think if you are in JP Niners' spot, you're thinking, do we wait for the Lord or do we try to crack the map open a lot more? Because they are pretty strong right now.
I think they can't really crack the map open, right? The most they can do is try to go for the split push.
Oh no, Gary, not again. It's either you get taunted or you get dragged back by Zach QT.
So tough to play the game for him. It's so very tough. They know top side is basically cleared. The only place that they were probably showed up was bottom side. It looks like they figured out, they've recognized the pattern in Gary trying to be on the opposite side of where that Lord spawns, and they instantly send 4 members down and bleed that lead over to the next lane.
Yeah, you know JP Niners is ahead when Lo Liao is doing something like that. Right in your face, Golden Staff completed, that's the Holy Trinity. Rasi just got his oracles as well. Yanlor hiding in the bush, but there's no viable target. Gary will try to steal the purple buff as the Lord spawns.
Yeah, but the purple buff hasn't even spawned just yet. And they contested the bottom side for so very, very long. In this time, Lolios was able to chomp down the Lord. JP Niners, they're setting up for a really good push here. All the outer towers, well, except for one on bottom side.
Oh, did they not see Gary?
Wait.
He ducked into the bush just in time, no way.
Oh!
No way!
Okay, alright, I'll take it. I'll take it. That's fine. But he still has no purple buff.
Yeah, he doesn't. Better than dying for sure.
I don't know. I think at that point, dying and not getting the purple buff is basically the same thing at this point. Because now that he falls even further behind Max, I don't even think he can one-shot Max 1v1, right? He's 4 levels down on him. Even Rasi is too big of a target. Loliels has some counterplay. He hasn't gotten the Winds of Nature just yet. But let's see if they can actually break open an inhibitor.
So Lord crashing mid-side. Still, there is the Holy Shield. It's not going to proc, thankfully, no minion wave. We have seen case studies of if a Roger is super ahead against a Fanny, no chance. Fanny just straight up loses the fight. It's one more wave for JP Niners. Yanlord is in a very precarious position. He needs to make his move quick. What is the decision though? Momo has already flickered and Yanlord, he just could not find anything.
Yeah, he's still chilling around. He wants a bigger, better target. But they're just not giving it to him, right? They've got the scans all so far. And without that setup, it's difficult for Gary to actually get in. Lolios has scaled up a decent amount as well. Yet we're gonna get spotted out here. But yeah, I think the win conditions are online. They should be able to set up a checkmate angle.
Momo has to use his ultimate to clear the wave. It's desperation.
Oh.
They bring Yetri pretty low. But Yetri has immortality. So mid inhibitor down. Here comes the blazing away from Lo Liao. Zion Sempo is out of the fight. Revitalized from Rasi to top Yetri up as Max works on the bottom inhibitor. The Spear of Destruction is gonna connect. But where's Todak gonna go though? It seems like there's no way in. Max, he's very deep. Another blazing duet. Now Zach QT with a Nether Realm keeps the team alive. Gary goes down. Chico guys falls. Momo hung out to dry. As Yanlord also could not stand. JP Niners takes the crystal 11.5 minutes in. Absolute perfection in this game 1.
Great stuff, great reads. Great plays coming in from JP. They took a very standard route against Todak and it worked out. They blocked them out of the game entirely. They could not find holes. They could not steal their farm. And better yet, Gary unfortunately did not start that snowball because Yanlord just got blocked. They put a blindfold over the man.
Yanlord, I mean Rasi, this entire game was just Rasi being the roadblock, right? Just pumping the brakes onto every single maneuver. Yanlord, you want a flicker kick? Break your combo. You don't look that good now, do you? Gary, you want to defend your turret? No, you're not getting away, not even with your cables. Wow, I mean, they definitely learned something from that loss against Red Esports, but to come in this strong Yeah, unbelievable.
For sure, for sure. I was pretty surprised with their overall play. With that being said, at least for JP, they're looking in a much better position only because of their comp. So I think that in the drafting stage, right, going blind with the Cho, at least now we know that, hey, Rossi, he's playing good today. He is not only playing good, but most of all, he plays a nasty Gatot. Any kind of engagement can get completely destroyed with the ult alone, but the taunt makes it even more difficult to initiate.
That, and also the fact that they also got the Fire Mist, right, which is, again, too much defensive utilities for Todak to even comprehend. And sure, you have the damage, but you just can't survive long enough to make it work. To be honest, there were some questionable decisions from Todak. I mean, on one end, it's a good read from JP9ers, don't get me wrong, but I believe there's one part where Chico tried to solo Year 3 in the bottom side. That was kind of a mistake.
Yeah, I think he was confident that he could beat him in that 1v1, but even so, fighters in the earlier game usually have pretty good base damage just to handle this sort of stuff. But at least we got the Loliels that is, you know, we didn't get tails Loliels, we got heads Loliels, and with the help of Rossi, man, hopefully those odds continue.
Hey man, Loliel finally got his first Claude win in like 5 seasons, like who knows, right? But at least he won on Claude. So chat, I think we got to shut up for a bit.
Yep.
Because people have been hounding on his Claude. They're like, if you want Loliel to lose, just make him pick Claude.
I mean, we've been dogging on him for so long. It's good to see it actually start to change. But we got to give it to Rossi this game, really setting the gears in motion for his team, setting them up for success. Now, for the second game, right, I do think that the adaptations from Todak is taking red side for sure, but they need to make sure that as much as you want to give comfort picks to your players, you also have to consider the overall composition, because I do think that the Cho pickup midway through really deterred how JP9ers was going to approach it. Oh, Assassin, we can go for a traditional Assassin, or flex pick the Roger, and now we don't have to worry about it anymore.
I think it's also the sequence, right? Like they gave the Roger away, and then they tried to sort of make a gamble, I suppose. But I think at the end of the day, it's also JP. It's also JP getting a very solid draft. And now the question goes back onto Todak's end. What else does Yanlord have in the pool? If not the Ruby, if not the Grok, if not the Matilda, is it just the Cho?
I don't know. There's an argument for Kufra here. He did play it in his professional career. Are there any other nasty picks that could really disrupt this comp? It's tough, right? Because again, not everybody plays Farmist these days, so we have to go with the traditional counters for it. Any large AoE. I would even imagine that at this point, no, you can't play Artillery Mage just because of the Gatot. Ah, darn.
No. And Claude.
And the Claude, yeah. So you can't even play Eve into it. You can't even play Farsa into it. Oh, a little tough to handle.
This is pretty impressive that Zyme and Momo both went deathless this game.
Oh yeah, they did, huh? That's interesting. Because Momo was pretty far up a couple of those fights. Zion Senpai, he's playing Zazi, it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say, right?
Yeah.
Zion can have a horrible game and still not die.
Gotta preserve that KDA, keep it clean, But you gotta give it to Maxon as well as Zach QT, really pushing the envelope for the rest of the team. Zach QT especially, right, being a very solid anchor, has saved Rossi's life multiple times, but also set him up for hella success. If Rossi doesn't connect with his taunt, don't worry, Zach QT will quickly follow up.
And I think that also kind of adds on to the factors that makes Gary's life almost impossible to kind of live out. You don't get taunted, you get pulled back. There's no winning, right? There's really no winning, I think, in this case. JP9ers, they're willing to give Todak comfort picks, but you can clearly see from this game, they were super prepared to deal with it.
Yeah, very, very prepared. I think no matter what, if Gary was playing Hayabusa, anything that was purple buff reliant was probably going to lead to the same outcome, right? Because overall, the composition isn't that strong early, for the exception of Momo, of course, on this export. But everybody else needs to take a little bit of time. And I think with the Hayabusa, you would break the temp HP, but I'm not sure if you would get the kill. Probably if you have the Sky Piercer, but up until that point, I think it would still play out the exact same way.
Yeah, if you break the temp HP, they actually become untargetable. So your ult might just end there, right? If there's no one to bounce on.
Yeah, or you do it early so that you force Zach QT to use the...
That's true.
Oh, actually, now that I think about it, there wasn't really anybody who could force it out of him, right?
Only Momo can, but Momo doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, he probably wants to do it after the fact. So that means only Fanny, maybe even Moskov, but I don't think Chico was in the right position in his item build to do that just yet. But let's look at our Hall of Famers here. The Rich Guy going over to Max, the Carry going over to Zach QT, Momo takes the Sandbag title, and of course, Best Big Man goes to Rossi.
And 90% kill participation, right? He was 1 assist away from basically the perfect assist, a perfect wingman game. But still, sticking with his teammates at the right place at the right time, essentially deny any sort of tempo play from Todak. I want to look at the item progression of game number 1 because I feel like, for at least for JP9 aside, they came online incredibly quick. I mean, Gary got a bit of Heptaseas pre-6 minutes, but wasn't able to put it to use.
Yeah, I mean, his next item, second item was Malefic Roar. That's how you know that he's starting to get a bit desperate here, right? Overall, it's tough, right? Because you're not getting maximum value out of that Malefic Roar. I'm looking across the board. I don't know whether they knew. No, yeah, even the Legion Sword was only purchased later down the line after the Thunderbelt. So it's not like Rossi adapted his build midway to deal with this. I don't know. I think it's not Todak's game this time around. I think this composition was definitely prepared against by JP. But to break out of it would probably ensue going onto the red side. I think this Roger needs to go. You need a clearer direction on what Max is going to play.
Yeah, I think you need to get rid of the Roger or somehow take it for yourself. But on red side, it's a tough choice, right? You probably have to ban it, force Max back on the Assassin, and I suppose, having taking a slightly different approach to the second game.
I think maybe instead of putting Momo on X-Borg, something a little bit more engage heavy, something that has a little bit more style. Terizla, he's that kind of person that you're like, hey, if you want to up your game, you play Terizla and you wear some JD.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like you switch up your style every now and then, right? You want to be like the boring guy. You gotta be stylish. Gotta be able there to get that Riz going. So JD is going to style you up just the way you want, and that's what we hope for Todak as well. Maybe if they put on some JD kicks, game 2 would go their way.
Honestly, game devs, Munton, put some JDs on
collaboration.
Terizla. Yeah, put it on Terizla. They already nerfed him, so at least this is compensation.
I want a Benedetta JD collaboration, but for now, we'll toss it off the segment by Hotlink, and Rose, take it away.
Selamat datang ke MPL Offstage yang dibawa khas oleh Hotlink. Dan sekarang ni, Rose bersama dengan dua perempuan yang sangat-sangat cantik. Okay guys, cuba introduce yourself kepada audience. Maybe we can start with you.
Okay, hi, hello everyone. My name is Amira and ataupun dikenali sebagai Kalisi.
Hello, hai semua. Saya Fira Fendi. So, Fira Fendi je lah.
Alright, apa role korang dalam team masing-masing, Todak dengan JP9ers?
Okay, role saya adalah sebagai Todak Talent sekali dengan Manjawa, Seri dan juga Helena.
Okay, Fira pula dalam JP9ers adalah sebagai brand ambassador orang untuk season kali ni.
Alright, now let's talk pasal line-up team sekarang ni. Okay, kita boleh nampak dari segi roster. Todak ada 2 roster dan actually dorang keluarkan maybe 3rd roster tadi sebab Gary main. Now, apa pendapat awak pasal roster dorang?
Okay, pendapat saya untuk line-up season ni, kita tahu yang Todak ada beberapa line-up for season ni, and tadi diorang baru saja keluarkan line-up yang keempat. Bagi saya, pendapat saya, kita percaya dengan coach, dengan manajemen Todak. Mungkin diorang ada plan yang terbaik lah untuk team Todak.
Alright, Fira pula. Now, kita tahu JP9ers has been sticking to the lineup yang diorang kekalkan daripada minggu pertama sampai minggu diraja. Now, apa pendapat awak tentang lineup ni? We can see that sometimes they're playing really, really well, and then of course sometimes there's also down moments.
Okay, so far Fira rasa untuk line up JP9ers kali ni makin solid. Bukan bermaksud yang lama tak, tapi kita nampak kali ni kita boleh secure pemain yang kita nak lebih awal. Macam kali ni kita ada Max, kita ada Rasi. Kita tahu dorang dua lebih selesa untuk bermain together. So untuk kali ni kita boleh nampaklah peningkatan tu.
I see. Okay, now let's talk pasal Todak once again. Now, you rasa apa yang Todak ada? Apa kelebihan yang Todak ada yang JP9ers ni tak ada?
Okay, bagi saya Todak dah dapat momentum yang diorang cari sebelum ni. And of course sebab Todak ada Zaim Senpai.
Suka Zaim ke ni?
Saya peminat dia.
Macam Zaim ada buff je hari ni. Okay, Fira pula.
Okay, kalau Fira rasa kelebihan yang ada untuk JP9ers kali ni, saya rasa dengan penambahan Chico, dorang lebih senang dapat chemistry and dapat tangkap apa yang terjadi dekat situation tu juga.
Okay, now kita nampak dari dua-dua lineup, you guys are pretty confident with your own teams. You rasa both teams boleh masuk ke playoff ke tak?
Bagi saya dah tengok beberapa week ni, Todak memang dah dapat that momentum. So, saya percaya yang Todak dah bersedia untuk ke playoff and untuk ke M6 insyaAllah.
Alright, Fira, apa yang Fira nak cakap kepada JP9ers yang baru je naik atas pentas?
Okay, Fira nak cakap good luck and all the best. Walaupun kita dah menang game yang pertama lawan Todak, tapi korang tak boleh overconfident juga sebab kita tahu Todak bila-bila je boleh comeback. Tapi apa-apa pun, saya percayalah dengan JP9ers.
Okay, what about you? Any last words to Todak?
Okay, untuk Todak, good luck and all the best untuk hari ni. Jangan patah semangat and korang just buat yang terbaik. Oh yeah, semalam saya ada deal dengan Anca. Kita nak swap jersey.
Patutlah Anca happy je daripada datang tadi. Dia macam senyum je.
Kenapa semua orang awak buff ni hari ni? Lain macam. Alright then, mari let's show it back to the casters to start the second game in this best of 3 series. Who will win this round?
Hey, thank you, Rose, and of course the ambassadors for both teams. I just want to give a quick shout out to our statistician in the chat. 30% win rate for Claude for Lo Liao, specifically for Lo Liao. Lifetime career stats. We're getting closer to 50, right? He plays a few more games. We're gonna get there.
Dude, I can't. Live stats being given to us in the chat. Shout out to you guys watching the live stream on YouTube for the MPL MY Season 40. We absolutely love y'all. Please stay active there. Now, as we move in towards the next game, JP9ers, currently first pick selection at 14.3% win rate. I mean, it makes sense. Most teams leaned into the red side very early on into the season before they figured out what to do on blue side. I think that Todak in these types of positions, this is where we get to see them. This is where we get to see them not only get comfortable, but at the same time come up with some interesting plays of their own, right? Because most teams know that Todak always bounces back and can sometimes reverse sweep a majority of their games if you give them enough space. So I think that JP stay in the right mindset, right? Keep locking them out of the game like they did in game 1.
Yeah, and I think, and like you said, right, Rasi is having a hard time. Make sure that you follow their momentum, right? Lean into him. But on the other end, Yetri also had a great game as well. Of course, when you compare Yetri and Momo on that Edith into export, sure, Momo had to be involved majority of the time, but it's also because Yetri's teammates were able to make that space for it. We'll see if the pillar stands for game number 2. Again, a reminder to join M6 because it's happening in Malaysia where it all began. Key in the redemption code in your game client or scan the QR code to achieve the same results.
Do it while you still can before it disappears. Screenshot and send it to your friends and remind them that it's happening in MY. But jumping back into this game, right? I'm hoping to see better performance. Unfortunately for Yanlord, he got marked pretty early on, and I think that needs to be an adjustment, right? We haven't seen the flexibility of Todak just yet. They had a very linear lineup, unfortunately, to do so, but they have to keep in mind about the far miss. If that becomes a problem again, do they need to ban it out?
I have a feeling that you probably need to. Whether you're on red side or blue side, if the first phase ban doesn't include a fire miss, it's probably gonna get picked somewhere down the road, unless Zyme is willing to go for it. But then again, knowing Zyme, he'll probably go for Valentina if that's the case.
Yeah, that's his usual go-to here. Oh, but we do see the Phobius ban coming in for the side of JP. Let's see, that opens up a free ban for Todak's side. Edith the follow-up. Interesting from Chico, Harith, and as well as the Chip. Okay, so they're basically trading bans with each other.
Yeah, not much deviation. Still almost the same field standard one, except for the Edith, which JP9ers put a lot of priority on. We did see, I think, Ruby get banned out by Todak in game 1.
Yes. That was their very first ban.
Todak banned out by JP9ers again. A lot of respect to Yanlord. I think that they would want to force him into a Cho pick again. I mean, they're starting to expose that limitation that Todak has.
Yeah, I think at this point, Todak might even just go for like an early Arlet pick if it does manage to slip through. I think that is a safer overall flex pick.
What about the high loss?
That's the thing. I don't know, because now that JP is on the blue side and decided to ban out Matilda instead of high loss, it begs the question whether Todak want to reply to that.
Unless they want to replicate what we saw just now, right? CC into high loss. Well, they're not going to even bother.
Yeah.
Why take the risk?
Good choice. So that means the only variation is going to be Edith as well as the Matilda, right? Not as straightforward of a drafting phase than I thought it was going to be, but let's see what that first pick coming in from JP is going to be. Because flex picks is one thing, whether they're bold to like first pick Moskov is a different story.
There's Roger, right? So there really isn't any need to first pick a Moskov. Okay, never mind. The first pick got taught.
I'm sweating, dude. I was sweating for.
Wow.
I thought for a second. Okay, carry first pick.
that would be mad. I mean, pretty sure Chiku could do it, but do you want to?
I don't think it's necessary right now. I think there's plenty of power picks. To go around the board. I do think they might need a disengage mechanic, but then again, it kind of depends on the team, right? If you have a full dive comp, why have a disengage mechanic to begin with?
Yeah, you gotta commit.
Gotta commit.
The Ruby is on the table this time. If Yanglor wants to go for it, so they go for the Cho again, but they switch it up a little bit this time with the Vexana.
Okay, so they go for blind Vexana, which I think is totally fine because Vexana generally is more of a sandbag lane in the early stages and then gets better later on. Great wave clear 2, and then JP, they probably will match it with a mid laner of their own. Oh!
It's the same draft so far, right? But I suppose the Vexana does slightly better into the Fire Mist thanks to AoE.
It does much better into the Fire Mist, actually, and they still get the Arlet at the very end. So they are prepared to deal with the Fire Mist composition from the side of JP. This might just be a true test for Rossi if he can find like the penultimate perfect Sky Guardian avatar.
Yeah, that and also we also get to see the adaptations, right? Like if JP sticks to that Game 1 playbook, how are they going to adapt to Todak? And well, Niners, you don't have to do that. But to be fair, I feel like if I know some of our chat probably don't understand what the man just said, but if they do, they'll probably agree.
Yeah.
The man wrote Todak isn't king of the ocean; they're king of drowning. It's a big difference.
It's funny because of the wordplay, but other than that, man,
yeah,
it's looking rough. JP really want them, the JP fans, the Niners actually really want them to win. Now we come into the second half of the ban phase. We do see the Tigreal once again getting banned out in that second phase. It might be a follow-up with Alice from the side of Todak, but let's see what JP has in store.
So they still have reservations that this Gatot might go into the XP lane. Something that Momo has done. I think Momo has done it once, and the other pick, I don't remember who else did it, but yeah, it's been playing in XP 2-3 times. So Moskov gets banned out by JP Niners, and they don't have the first pick in the second phase, so this Roger can still be flexed. Alice gets banned out once more by Todak.
Yep, pretty atypical here. Not too many changes other than the Chip and Ruby, but that's based off of purely on side. Again, this is very much like Kuja's way of drafting, right? You stick to the game plan. This is what we prepare for, and then we'll adjust accordingly. We'd rather have fixed variables than rolling the dice each time.
Yeah, Hey.
Dude, the scribble is so funny. I can't.
I'm pretty sure I'm surprised to see a Niners fan say that. Obviously, he doesn't mean it. So people say that version 3 is the best version of Todak so far. I mean, I'm glad Gary is getting potentially one more chance to do it. So it's going to be Hayabusa ban. Oh boy. Such a good ban though. Right, we went through the permutations. If Hayabusa, what can he achieve? But now with the threat gone, it's a lot more manageable for JP.
I think he can still play Ling into this composition, but Gatot is still going to be quite the issue, right? There's too many things to dodge, and you still want to be able to get the Bladed Tempest to hit as many targets as possible, ideally from the Faramis itself. But you need chunkers. You need people who actually have relevant damage to help you to do that process.
Niners fan. I can't wait to see what Ancha has to say.
I really do.
If they do win.
On the assumption that they win, I hope there's actually a script.
We have to show it a second time, just in case you didn't read it.
Yeah.
So Ancha has a script ready. So we get a Julian.
Oh,
way better answer.
This is much better because now you can flexibly go in and out of the fight without having to worry too much. Usually, I would imagine that like Lancelot might be put into the play, but still, iframes is the important thing here. With enhanced swords, you can do so much. With enhanced chains, you get Omega benefits this time around when they stick close to Farmis.
Yep. And also, you got a lot of combos to work with, right? A lot of crowd control to set up for you. And that's where the Ruby comes into play for JP Niners, and so the carry for Lo Liao.
for counterplay for sure. They want to make sure that they can get rid of a tank buster. At this point, that doesn't leave them with too much, right? I think Todak will have to play Claude. It's the only other thing that has access to the Trinity build. Maybe Natan, but then I feel like they need more attack damage than they do magic damage.
Yeah, I agree. So Claude will be the choice for Chiku, guys. At least, it's just like game 1, we have 2 mega late game heroes, but if this carry gets going, the worry for Todak would be you don't really have tanky heroes to begin with.
Yeah.
Carry's gonna make mincemeat out of you.
Yeah, this is not gonna be an easy one. I think this there's multiple different win conditions for either side. And I do think that there is a lot of thought being put about the different phases of the game, right? So I'm expecting early game that JP is going to really take their time, right? The big pushers here are going to be Rossi as well as Ye3 to slow down overall turtle takes. The mid lane should be in control over Todak for now, but I do think that Zyme Senpai needs to be a little bit more aggressive and order Yan Lord around with him to make sure that kill squad finds those kills.
The kill squad is looking better in game number 2. Let's see if Todak can pull it off as we load onto the land of Dawn. This time with JP Niners on the blue side, Todak on the red. They need this win for game 3.
All right, let's jump right on into it. This could be Todak's moment to bounce back against the Niners here, or Niners finally get a 2-0 to their scoreline to shoot them up into top 3. JP Niners on the blue side with Todak on the red.
Again, the benefits of a Julian is that you unlock yourself at level 3 as opposed to level 4. I suppose if you have a Roger on the other end, it's almost the same. You get access to your full kit. So not much of an innate advantage if you put that into play. But I want to see if Yanlor can adjust to the tempo breaker of Rossi.
Yeah, and I think it's very necessary to like always look for opportunities to try and invade, to figure out the positioning of specifically Max, right? Because I think that was the big problem last game, that Yanlord was unable to figure out where Max was, and if Todak knew where Max's pathing is, then it's a lot easier to adjust to where he's going to show up.
I think Rossi got the crap, so extra goal going his way. And once more keeping Yanlord in check. It's going to be the storyline for the rest of this game. Life must be really tough.
Yeah, pretty tough here. Chiku guys does not win this. Nope. Like, at all. Unless he's like max stacks with the Art of Thievery, which I assume he isn't, considering how badly he lost that trade.
This Gary will get the camp for sure, take the lizard away. So very good pace. You see Max on the other end of the map, and Todak, they're making their way there, and Max, yeah, he's out of there.
He is gone. Looks like, wait, how did... Oh, no. The minions are one on top of each other. That's why it looks a little weird. Okay, so at this point, Chiku has already lost one minion. I think that Loliels should get aggressive. He has no idea where everybody is, which is why he's standing so far backwards.
And no matter where Max was, Yanlor saw him from the beginning. So first blood going on over Gary.
That's what should have happened last game. Control the space, control the area. But here comes Rossi.
Doesn't have level 4, even with Revitalize. There's a ton of magic damage you need to go through. Max not being there, there's no chance to contest, so Gary gets the turtle. A way better start for Todak.
Yeah, much better start for Todak, but at the least, it looks like Lolios ended up missing a minion for now. See that Yanlord very confident because Ye3 hasn't necessarily been unlocked from the lane. He has been leaving his lane a little late. I'll keep my eyes on what's going on EXP side now.
Gary is now 2 levels ahead. Another Flicker Kick. Revitalize instantly pop into another round. Broken. In the blink of an eye, all the combo drop down. Still not enough. The defensive capabilities of JP9 are still incredibly strong.
Yep, but that does mean that they don't have to worry about the Nether Realm, right? That means Todak could potentially set up another gank when they have the Way of the Dragon from Yanlord to come back up. And they're probably willing to trade 1-for-1 if Loliels is going to be the target.
Oh, Gary doesn't see this. Right at the corner. If they take him out, it's going to be great. Momo with the final slash to save Gary, but it's not enough. Gary still goes down. Yanlord shows up with the Jikundo. Slightly too late. Here comes Avatar of the Guardian. It lands, cuts off the escape route for Momo. Double kill for Max.
Yep, they weren't expecting such a quick rotation from JP to hover around Litho Wanderer. So another pattern achieved here that JP is taking full advantage of. Honestly, I wouldn't have suspected it, right? If I was in Gary's position, I probably would have done the exact same thing.
Yeah. The fact that his abilities were just an inch away from hitting onto Ye3, which could have changed the course of that skirmish. This Chiku guys now finding himself in a much more comfortable position, but Rossi is going to show up on time with the help of the Cyclone Eye. Yanlor can't get a kick off, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think he's being very patient with his third kick because he knows that if that third kick ends up getting him taunted, it's not like he can escape immediately. He has to really prepare his Shunpo in anticipation for the taunt. In the meantime, though, it's going to be 8 more seconds until we do see the turtle actually spawn. Down by bot side, it feels like Momo is having an okay time, but this is where you expect Ye3 to start taking full control over the lane. Yes, Momo is winning out these trades, but Ye3 can sustain through it.
And Momo had to use his flicker just now. Maybe this is where Ye3 goes down. It's definitely going to get him a lot of magic damage. Prepped for the kill.
Very prepared. And again, Gary, a lot of trust, right? He's not going for enhanced swords or enhanced scythe, which has the highest DP. Wait, actually, no! It did get nerfed a little. It did get nerfed a little, which is probably why Gary's going for the enhanced chains more often than not.
This time Max is going to be around, but it's not going to be an easy turtle to contest.
Oh.
Not even going to try. So they give it over to Todak. JP9 is taking it slow and easy.
Not sure whether they could have set up a fight there, but at the very least, JP, with a very early lane rotation, nets them. Bot tier 1. Topside still hasn't cracked under the pressure yet. I think that the Todak members are, because there's not much of a snowball actually really going on here, they're just playing around Chiku guys and waiting for that late game.
Yeah. I mean, JP9 is making sure that they're a step ahead. Pull on the Chiku guys. And again, the flicker for Yellow cancelled by the pull by Ye3. The timing could not have been more perfect. JP9 punishes the counterattack.
That's so frustrating. That's got to be so frustrating because Ye3 was still mid-animation when that flicker came through. And I'm pretty sure Yanlord is like, okay, the animation is going to be done when I eventually get on in with the flicker anyways. Still gets CC'd. Really unlucky there, I have to admit. But now that Todak is now slightly on the back foot, it's going back and forth between the two, right? It doesn't feel like JP9ers have made proactive moves just yet. They're really taking their time in this game.
No substantial gold lead at all. So Yanlor still having to deal with the Game 1 demons, which is just so hard to get into it, right? Like Game 1 you have Gatot and the Faramis, sure, but right now you have a Ruby on top of it. This time Zakuti is running the Purify, which makes him even more undesirable.
Well, Rossi as well. Oh, Loliels initially wanted to rotate towards the mid, but he does spot out that River Crab. Now Max, he's running out of farm to actually to find, right? Every single time with the side lanes getting shoved in the way that it is right now, and he's been power farming, he has to sacrifice a little to make sure that Loliel can actually scale up a little quicker. In terms of first items, yep, it looks like he's going to go for the same thing. Windtalker into War Axe, then eventually into Thunderbelt, I would assume.
Loliel, he's chasing down Chiku guys. Chiku guys gonna try and fight into the blazing to wet BMI out. It's a 1v1 win, Chiku guys! Against all odds, wins that.
Not entirely sure how he thought that was going to play out, but okay, sure. I think he needs to keep in mind about the BMI. Here comes Yanlord. He's used that concealed. He's threatening to kick someone or potentially kick someone, and JP respects it.
The door blown open for Todak right now. They have a win condition on that bottom side. Yanlord prepping potential kick. Bottom tier 1 goes down. Ye3 has a pull. Not going to commit it just yet. Todak lets the turtle reset and JP9 takes over control, allowing Chiku guys to really start progressing through the jungle up to this objective. Ye3 is still not coming for a pull this time to get crowd control. Still surviving with the spell vamp. Rasi backwards taunt. Yanlord keeping Niners in check.
Yeah, but nobody secures this turtle. Bot tier 1 ends up falling thanks to Loliel split pushing on his own, and he's been power farming ever since, right? Picking up mid-wave as well. He's juicing himself faster and faster.
Maybe that's gonna try again. Todak will be ready. That's a pull to Momo. They gotta stop him from using his abilities, and they will do so. Loliel with the kill. Revitalized from Rasi, keep his team alive, and Gary gets forced away. Turtle for JP9ers.
Momo did not have enough time to react to that. He still has his flicker, and he also still has his final slash. Chiku guys has been split pushing this entire time and should be able to get out of there.
Actually gets out. Well, at least the tier 2 didn't go down bot side. Gary also defends the top tier 1. But more even game so far. But hasn't really solved the problem of how do you get through all these utilities from the Niners.
Well, I feel like the utilities need to be forced out one by one. I think that Todak in the long game, in this war of attrition, probably is not in their favor, with so much sustain on their side, and honestly, counter-engage as well. I think that Todak, they're waiting for 3 items onto Chiku first, and then afterwards expect to see maybe Momo or even Yanlord walking up to people for fun.
They found Gary, started with the pull and a taunt to follow up. The chain CC layer like a cake, but Gary still gets away with the enhanced sword. So JP9ers, they're gonna keep on pushing. That's half of Chico guys' health bar gone.
Real fun here, real fun here. Let's look at the gold difference so far. Still 1,000 gold ahead by Chiku guys. Whew. Support's pretty much basically negligible, about the same. 200 difference between Zach QT as well as Zyme Senpoi. Almost 100 from Gary as well as Max. They're pretty much dead even. And a big number coming in from Ye 3. Almost getting close, 200 off being 1,000 ahead of Momo.
So that's the offset in the overall net worth chart we're looking at. Right? Gold lane in favor of Todak, XP lane in favor of Niners, and this tier 1, fortunately, will go down for sure. Nothing Chico can do about it. Even loses a minion on the way out.
Alright, the longer this goes, Todak is most likely going to be winning upcoming team fights unless JP9ers have a way to kind of split into like 2-3. Even so, one of those... Oh no, Yanlord!
He misses! The timing gets taunted again! Just cannot get out of this cycle and low Liao onto Momo. Momo runs away. Chico guys also forced to retreat. JP9ers, the back of that one play from Yanlord finds control.
I saw the angle. Unfortunately, could not achieve it. Gary now with the concentrated energy to hopefully survive. But it's tough. He can hardly walk in. And despite being 4 levels ahead, Rossi is such a big deterrent.
They use every ability. Todak, they really want to contest, but there's just no way. JP9ers escort everyone out. There's their entourage from Zach QT. You guys really not happy about that result. Can he at least get the purple buff away from JP9ers? Yep, he will. But Lord does go over to the Niners.
Alright, that's totally fine. Down by bot side, we see that at least for Gary is able to push out those lanes. Looks like we're going to get dragged in for the long haul here. Seems like even with the structures falling, honestly, both sides have roughly the same win cons.
Momo does find Ye 3 under the tier 1. Ye 3 will go down for sure. Here comes Yanlord from the side looking for Low Liao. Let's kick back into a blazing duet. That's the opening for Todak. Gavatar the Guardian gets Rossi out, but Zach QT not so lucky. Does not have another round. 3 kills for Todak.
Looking good for Todak so far. Able to kind of bounce back. Still leading by one kill so far. They can crack open mid tier 2. That would be the most ideal. That's why you do see Yanlord proxying that wave midway, just so that despite having Lord empowered minions knocking on the side lanes, you're still getting some form of profit.
Oh yeah. So it is unfortunately a net negative for JP9ers with that Lord play. They do have a big wave crashing top though, so at least this is a consolation prize. It's gonna go down for sure. At the end of the day, Todak are the ones with that minor goal lead.
Yeah, so Chiku guys heads on back home, making sure that it's all nice and tidy before the rest of these boys come back in. Okay, I thought Ye3 might go for an attempt here.
Yeah, I feel like he was thinking about it, but it's not easy to catch a Julian. The flicker is very precious for Ye3. Now we're back to square one. JP9s will group together. They check the bush though. You have to check the bush. You gotta check the bush, Liao. It's gonna get kicked into Gary's hands. Then around to keep him alive. They're gonna get rid of tier 2 first. Yanlord flickers to safety. And thank goodness for Zach QT. That would have been fatal for Liao. But Chico guys is pushing the mid wave. So about the macro play right now for Todak.
They're on the run, and while that's happening, Chiku guys should be able to at least break the magic sentry with the wave that he has in front of him. Even popping the blazing duet, kind of strange that he does, but still works out in his favor, and now gets to free farm the entirety of the game.
Starting to see the other side of Todak. I mean, he's one of the few players at the very start that came out with all these concepts, play around the map, pull people apart. And JP9ers, if they want to stick together like this, like 5, gotta make sure that you handle those sideways, and so far, it's Todak who's in control.
Yeah. Looks like Todak's fundamentals are looking a little bit better. I do think that the JP9ers do make some pretty big sacrifices, but at least they can recover from it. So 1.7k, not the biggest deal in the world, but that Holy Crystal might just be what puts JP9ers in some serious threat, especially their backliners. They're not itemized for it.
Certainly not. Rossi does have an Oracle, but that, for now, is pretty much the extent of it. You saw the amount of damage Gary dealt to him. Wishing Lantern from Zyme. Second Lord on the table. This one a lot more important for JP9ers.
They're going to be rotating real quick here. Chiku Guys has been power farming a large majority of this game, is yet to die. And JP Niners, they know they want something to do with the lore, but they don't know if Chiku's gonna just show up again and start hard pushing these waves.
And where's Yanlord, right? Like, you have to find info in Yanlord. Uh-oh, the Ghostbusters actually didn't connect. Executee is in. Gary gets the Lord right now. Avatar the Guardian, Rossi right into the middle. The kick does connect a bit late. Zyme Sandpoint drops the ultimate. Yanlord falls first to revitalize, keeping them alive. Max 1v1 Chiku Guys ends up losing the fight, and Gary turns back to find himself one more. Loliao just could not get into the thick of things. Todak with 3 kills. Gary looking for his 4th. The slowdown, not enough. And Zakyuchi revives with the passive. But it's one big push from Todak. Lord coming down the middle. JP Niners, they need to hold on for 15 more seconds. Game 3 looking imminent. Loliao with everything in his arsenal takes down Gary. Takes down Zyme Sandpoint. Loliao did his best, but it's not enough. Todak will push just to game 3.
Woo! Equalization, that's what we're looking for. Good adaptations from Todak this time round, from compensating into the draft to then changing the overall game plan. I like the way that these two teams are thinking about each other, but right now we need to see these teams adapt better.
Back to the drawing board we go, and Todak a much better showing in game 2. A lot more ways to deal with the utility of JP Niners when the game goes late. That means that we're back to square one, right?
Yep.
How about the Todak comeback? They are one step away from making it a reality.
It's looking good. I like that they now have adjusted the way they look at the map, right? The important information is maintaining control over the river line. Both sides have roughly the same win condition, which is eventually leading back to their gold laner. So how do we enable them? And I think the way that JP did it with a quick lane swap was a pretty good move overall, which helped equalize that score. But even from Todak's side, right, being able to kind of escort as a do the escort as a 4-man initially in game number 1, not the best idea. So how about we send a 4-man suicide squad on the opposite side, and Chico, you can double wave, you do what you want, man. You got a BMI, you'll be fine.
And also, there are certain moments that kind of gave Todak a bit of a leg up, which the solo kill with Chiku's on the Loliao really kind of broke the game open for Todak. And from that point onwards, the Chiku Guys cross the MVP for game 2. I mean, man has not lost his touch.
Man has not lost his touch, and now he has something even bigger than himself to play for. Give it up for our MVP. 5-0-4, 75 kill participation, 906 GPM. This man plays the game different, right? I bet that he just goes into the practice tool just to see how fast he can farm.
Yeah, how to optimize your routes, right? Like what happens if the wave is... Well, what happens if the wave isn't in your favor? You know, how do you set up the lanes? He is single-handedly winning the macro game for the team.
Yeah, he really is. I don't know who's making the calls entirely, but the fact that JP stick his 5 so very often, similar to how Todak did play in game number 1, it's kind of ironic, to be fair.
Yeah, it was. So I suppose sticking as 5 has lost the team games, well, both games. But this is a defining moment, right? That solo kill opened up the entire map. Chico Guys went on to take bottom tier 1, became so fat. Of course, you also have Todak, this moment that really kind of gave them a second chance in this game.
Yeah. Yanlord, despite, whiffing a couple of times, is still able to make some really big plays of his own. But you can see the idea with the Gato Gacha with JP Niners, especially around these neutral takes, right? I think that Todak, again, really adjusted well. They're not clumping as close together. They're still maintaining cohesion during their fights, trying to keep Zyme Senpoi as their main anchor. But the Julian pick definitely helped a lot to kind of follow up upon maybe we could get a kill, but with the Julian, it's guaranteed it's gonna die.
Yeah, and there are items you can buy to prevent your death, right? To especially the blood wings that really helped Gary as the game goes late. And again, iframes, not easy to take him down. But this game is a way closer game than game 1 was.
Yeah, but now it does mean that JP get to show off a little bit more in one more match to decide who is going to be walking away with 2 total points. Unfortunately for Lolios, yes, he did end up losing in really important fights, but I do think that specifically Max, he's got to be a little careful. I feel like Todak are picking up on what he's doing, and now that they have information on where he is, or generally what he does with his farm, or how he power farms, I think that Max might just have to go on Nolan. Double the speed, you know my path, but I'm twice as quick.
Yep, I think that would be, even Ling would not be a bad option, right? But I dig the Nolan a bit more for Max, even in that last fight. I mean, Todak just focus fired him down. Like, you know that Max is going to hard dive your backline to take him down.
they gunned him down so quick. Couldn't do much about that. I think the Arlet is something that they should keep an eye on. I would expect that next game maybe... no, probably not. It's Kuja at the helm, so that means the bans are pretty much going to stay exactly the same. It's just this Arlet might be an adjustment for JP. It's either they take it for themselves early, which I highly would suggest.
Yeah, I think that would be a decent option. And I do wonder, where is this Gatot going to go? Are they going back to him for a third time, or is it time for JP Niners to make an adjustment?
I don't know. I feel like, oddly enough, Rasi is playing like so decently well today that he's making this Gatot look like, you know what? Even if I first pick him like blindly, it's not that bad.
Like, we can do it again.
Yeah, we can do it one more time. Because Rasi definitely wasn't the issue in this game, unfortunately. And I think that even for... like, the Gatot brings a very interesting dynamic, especially when you're playing around Zac with the Netherrealm. It's like, okay, you can be aggressive, or you can just ult on top of me. See whether they want to keep fighting now.
Yeah, it's just what do you call that? A kill zone, right? Like,
yeah.
you come in this AoE, and we just take you out. Even in terms of the damage dealt, right? Chiku guys, Zyme, Gary, I mean, so much damage from the side of Todak.
So much. Oh, man, look at the damage taken. Rasi just eating so many shots. Even the F3 doing a good job at eating the shots, but even Zac ending out his numbers is pretty high up there.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, of course, Rasi, Gatot, they're pretty standard, but I say Loleo definitely eating a lot more shots than he should.
I mean, to be fair, he lost that 1v1 because he didn't know that you guys still had BMI. You know.
I think that also he lost vision.
Well, he threw the light wheel in. So that gives him vision almost instantaneously. When he dashed forward and Chiku guys swapped places with the BMI, that's when it was basically over. Because the only way I can imagine Loliel's beating Chiku guys in this like Harry v Claude matchup is if he has an item ahead of him, and if they're the same items, you have to make sure that the BMI is gone so that you can land the light wheel.
Oh, well, Hall of Famous for this game, Chiku guys, both the rich guy and the carry. Rasi as our sandbag. Zyme Senpai is our best wingman for Todak.
Yeah, so far it's been pretty good for Zyme Senpai. He's been keeping his KDA very healthy throughout the series. Man, I just want to jump into like the next drafting phase at this point, right? But we need to give time to JP specifically to really start thinking about how they want to approach the draft.
Can you imagine Game 3 rolls around and then Zayed plays?
They take out Gary anyways. It's like, okay, you got your 2-game quota. All right, Zayed, let's come back in. We're going to lock in Lancelot. We're going to win.
Yeah, don't think you get to play just because you win. Zayed, get in. The fans are saying that's our best roster.
Oh, dude, I need to see more of Gary. This kid needs to grow. He needs more professional games down. It feels like maybe game 1 he's out of practice, but this time around, especially on that Julian, it's clear to see he's got fast fingers, right? He is like, you don't even see the other 2 halves before the enhanced swords comes out. All you see is like, hey, where did the chains go? Is that the scythe? Next thing you know, he's out of there.
It's either progression this game, but the Thunder Belt, and Rasi really loves the Thunder Belt.
He does. And I think it's a pretty decent item considering that it works. It synergizes really well with his kit as Gatot. In terms of some of the other items, nothing too surprising, nothing too out of the ordinary, but I will say that Gary opting to go for the concentrated energy, knowing that he was getting kind of blasted by the CC from Ye 3, sometimes even Rasi, but mainly from Ye 3, was causing his death more often than not. He didn't go greedy with the Holy Crystal straight into the Blood Wings, and then opted to go for Feather instead of just doubling down on his damage, because he was taking Lethal Ignition.
Even Max went a lot more offensive with his build, right? Last game, I think he had the Thunder Belt after War Axe, but this time went for Endless Battle and Malefic Roar. It's all about one-shotting those squishy targets.
Yeah, I don't blame him for that. Definitely was probably the smarter play, a smarter optimization. Nothing much I can really say, but Ye 3 and Xeno are the only 2 who really like going for that War Axe. Like, absolutely no matter what scenario, no matter what situation, War Axe I will get.
Yeah, I mean, let's give you some decent damage and survivability, right, with the max stack.
Yeah, but sometimes there are certain areas where it's actually more worth it to go for like Queen's Wings, for an example,
That's
right?
true.
Certain scenarios that could be played out differently. But then again, it's up to the players. It's how they prefer to play the game.
And to be fair to him also, the early stage wasn't really that poor for both teams, so he was like, yeah, I have a decent game, I can go War Axe.
Yeah.
And then things started going wrong. But it's good to see that the Niners are still in good spirits, you know? They're okay with that loss. It's not really the worst. Now it's about kind of bouncing back in Game 3.
Yeah. Speaking of which, it looks like both sides are really deliberating hard about how the draft needs to be played out, right? Even Chiku is getting involved with Kuja to kind of like come up with a proper strategy to make this work. We do cut over back to Chico, who's probably explaining some gameplay theories to them. I feel like in terms of the draft, don't worry about it, players. You guys just need to start identifying certain things that Todak is doing that's catching y'all off guard. And number one is vision control over the river.
Yeah, and think back to Game 1, right? How did we shut down Yanlor? We have heroes to do it. We prevented him from doing much. Game 2, we did it as well, right? We were able to still stop his surprise plays, just that we lost control of the map. That's something that they gotta take a look at.
Yeah, I think they need to be a little bit more careful on the gamble if they do go for the Gato once again. But let's look at the Todak calendar. Who else do they have to play? Because I'm seeing Homeboys, I'm seeing Team Red, I'm seeing Red Esports. So technically, their next 3 matches should be easy breezy. I don't know about the Homeboys one. They could definitely change over a day. And then like Red Esports and Ray, both of them are like, I don't know. It's depending on what you get that day, right?
All right, congratulations to Todak for making play.
Do it now while we still can, you know? I don't know. But we gotta roll the dice on this one, especially when it comes down to like Red and Ray. You never know what you're gonna get with them.
I don't know either. I mean, Red did beat Niners.
That's the thing. And then Ray beat Homeboys randomly. Like,
oh yeah, that one was I don't know. I feel like that one was on. Everything was on Homeboys, right? But I don't know. If you want to talk about wild cards, I really feel like Ray is the wild card right now.
Ray is the wild card. They are. They really are. Now we're coming here, seeing the players set back up. Oh. He has images. They printed it out in color. I can actually maybe tell what it is. Wait, is that a hero? Or is that just one super long banner? I literally cannot tell if it's an individual hero portrait.
I would like to say that it's probably like the ban list, like the sequence, something like that.
Because usually people use tier list maker based on what some of the resources I've found.
That's true.
I don't know.
They custom made it, right? They open paint, they arrange all the portraits.
Yeah,
makes it easy. Todak's first pick win rate though is a lot different from JP Niners. This one, 57.1%.
57.1%. Doesn't mean that they're more incentivized to go blue side at this point. I don't know. I feel like if they're going to first pick things like Moskov, maybe not, but like let's see for this upcoming match whether or not that's going to be the case.
Yeah. And just don't put Zyme on the Zaz. Give him something more utility, you know, Vexana, Valentina. We've seen the difference in that. And Niners still waiting for Zayat.
They're just hounding for dude. They're just hounding. You know, the funny part is that right next to them are like two members wearing Todak jerseys. Like, you know, we're all the same. We're all fans, but everybody knows how to have a little fun.
Hey man, if you can't 2-0 Gary, you sure you want to play Zayat? You really sure about that?
Oh.
Sometimes people's the risk that their risk-taking meter is a bit off. All right, what about this one? Prime Chico guys, 2-1 for Todak. This one I can get by.
Yeah, okay, I can get behind this one. But so far, I feel like even Chico's laning phase has kind of fallen off. Like late game, he understands his power spikes once he's max items, but early game, he did try it like 1v1 a couple of times that did not go well. Like a forced early recall, but doesn't lose too much EXP on the pushback. He's a smart player, but I'm really hoping that he works on that laning phase.
Hey, maybe it's just a Lo Liao effect, right? He's like, Lo Liao, I heard you like to fight. Let's do it. And then he conditions Lo Liao to 1v1 him in the mid game, and then he solo kills Lo Liao. It's all part of a bigger plan.
Dude, that would be so devious. If he had it like written out on a note, on a little like post-it note or something, or he had it written out on his hand what exactly he's gonna do to Lo Liao.
Like 7 minutes, 1v1.
Yeah. Oh, that would be so insane. I don't know. It's Chico, guys. He usually doesn't have much resources and is heavily reliant on the coaches to have those numbers for him. With that being said, it looks like we're going to be heading into the draft not too long. No changes to either one of the team lineups, so let's get right into it.
Well, we'll see if Todak, if we look at the numbers, Todak, if they take blue side, not a problem, but JP Niners, it was another loss on blue side, so I would assume that they take red this time. Let's see. So it's gonna be, yeah, Todak blue, JP Niners red.
Okay, let's see the adjustments here, right? Because Ruby and Harith were banned out in the very first phase. First pick Moskov for the side of Todak. That was game number 1. We want to see if that's going to deviate here. All right, let's get rid of the usuals. We're okay, the Ruby, the Harith. All right, sure. This should be Phoveus from the side of JP. We get rid of High Loss from the side of Todak. And right, come on. We all know what we're gonna ban here, boys.
Phoveus, High Loss ban, and then JP Niners bans Matilda lost.
Just out of nowhere, it's just like, aha!
Your team
Should be Matilda. No, they banned Ferocious this time.
Okay, I respect
so,
that.
Matilda or High Loss, JP Niners. You gotta pick one.
Every time I look at Zach QT, his face always looks like as if he's just been like stung like a bee. He's just like, ooh, ah.
Oh, you mean the portrait or on cam?
On cam. It's like his thinking face looks like he's being stung. But now, Matilda, follow up, first pick, eat it.
So willing to let the High Loss go if JP Niners pick it.
Alright, I'm fine with that. Both sides, both Ye3 as well as Momo, play a strong CC.
So they did take the High Loss, no questions about that. Oh, Zai has that's the what do you call this roster? The roster that's not playing. The bench warmers.
The bench warmers. The left behinders.
The left behinders. The second choice.
The second choice, not the first child.
Not the first child.
Not the first, not the last child.
Not prime yet.
That's still cooking.
There it is, the Ling for Max.
Alright.
Do let the Roger go.
I like this. The Ling is going to be an exciting time for JP. Can get in and out of some pretty tough situations and has the Blade of Tempest to maybe punish here. But this is going to be a different side of JP. Now that they don't have the Farmus on that side, it means that Zach QT is going to have to play a traditional utility mage, maybe more on the anchor side of things, because that's his play style. The High Loss is what I'm a little not so sure about. Are they saving it for maybe Ye3 as the final pick on red side, or have they already predetermined that it's going into the roam?
I have a feeling it's probably Ye3. I mean, we'll know if they pick like Gatot as the last pick, right?
Who knows? They could pick Gatot right now.
Aurora and Julian. So much magic damage to go through.
Okay, alright. I can understand the Julian. The chains is going to be particularly useful against the Link to maybe force his ult out early on. Let's see what the final pick of this first phase is going to be for JP. They could...
A lot of pills, a lot of magic damage.
Realistically, this should be the mid laner. This should be the mid laner pick for the side of JP. They could deviate from it. The Aurora's already gone. Zosk is still in play.
Vexana?
Vexana? Yeah.
Oh, Eve. So they bring out the Eve this time.
Huh. Do they want Chiku guys to play the Claude again?
It's our showtime.
Oh, they just banned it out. Okay.
Joke's on you, it's a Eve roam.
It's a Oh man, I'm sorry, man. Todak, they decide to get rid of the Alice once again. It looks like nobody's letting this Alice through.
Yeah. So far we had 5 games, and all 5 games Alice was banned out.
I know that some of the other regions have made the Alice work out, but I do think that the laning phase is going to be generally weak until you hit level 4. The Gleaming Gem is definitely a must-buy, but I would like to see it like how it progresses from early to mid, because you know what to expect in the late game.
The band of Moskov out also. They do have priority in terms of picks. I want to say that they're going to go pick carry next just to get rid of the final option. Chiku and maybe this one, Natan, Lunox.
Yeah, and it also deters them from playing Terizla. It deters them from playing like raw tanks in general.
You know what would be crazy? If carry gets picked up and Todak was like Lolita Hanabi right now.
Wait a minute. Wait, that actually would be kind of insane. Wait a minute. Wait, you're right. Yeah, wait, hold on. Let me think about it. Let me think about it for a sec. Are there any other heroes that Todak could pick up that could possibly have projectiles that you could reflect? Probably the vet. Oh, no. They've already got the Yeep, so they don't have to worry about that. Yeah, so it would specifically just be to annoy the enemy gold laner. It can slow down the High Loss as well with the Numenor Blast, and it's also going to create their own little kill zone when Yves drops the RWM. It'll be interesting to see. So we soon...
Wait, they didn't... Oh.
Huh. Man.
Man, they're actually saving Lolia's heroes for last.
Okay, do it. Show it to them right now.
Hanabi Lolita, that is, do it anyways.
Yeah, do it anyways.
Cho can kick you.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Drop an RWM when we've got all the AoE in the world? Try me. 30 seconds till we actually get an answer to this. The Aurora pick coming in from Todak is real good here, right? Because no matter what, it's going to be relevant to get free Shunpos out of the Cho. And best part, it actually does okay against the Eve. Worst comes to worst, even if you're from behind.
If the Hylos wants to run into you, he cannot.
Try me.
He actually cannot.
Do it. Show me what you got with that glorious pathway.
Oh, is this CC goal?
I think it's CC EXP.
Wait, where's the goalie?
Edith Rome, and then after that, this should be...
Okay, yeah, I was thinking too much. I was like, CC go,
You were looking at the stat. You were looking for unique hero pick stats on Todak. It was just like 54. They've got to come up with something.
This is the time. So they get the carry. Then what does JP play, Nathan?
Starts.
What is Lolio gonna get? Oh, the Roger right to the very end.
I don't know. I don't particularly like Roger against this lineup. It's hard. I think that, again, Lolios, he cannot be the first to go in like he usually does. He really has to wait.
I prefer him on heroes that play from behind. No, play behind and not just go in straight.
Yeah, you say that now. You say that now. Wait till he gets the Maniac this game. Then he's just like, say that again. Say that again. Takes off his headset, looks at you specifically.
What language do I speak? Is it Basa?
I think he can understand both, I'm sure of it. But let's break down the compositions because Todak really need to win out their lanes, especially towards the EXP side of the map. Hopefully Yanlord is able to open up a couple of opportunities, but his general role is to help the team rotate and play for that early game without Chiku guys for the time being. JP, on the other hand, they have a lot of flexibility. If they start the snowball early on, Rossi can help them extend it, but it's going to be pretty much up to the Ling to do the heavy lifting.
We theorize about the Cho XP. We get to see it now in Game 3 of this final series of the day. Todak against JP Niners. Todak getting blue side, JP Niners on the red side.
All right, let's jump right into it. Because now, if we have a look at the starting points for both Garion as well as Max, they're going to be starting on the same side of the map. Orange and purple buff taken respectively to end up towards the gold. Now, the most volatile lane, I would have to say, is probably the bottom side. A little bit of an advantage for Ye 3 unless Momo plays it like pixel perfect.
Actually shouldn't have any issues. You clear the way faster than Momo with the concussive blast. You get to move around, kind of like the double Roma strat that we've seen a few times in this regular season. So easy to catch up back to the wave. You will always be a step ahead of the CC.
Oh yeah, for sure. So much more mobility, better wave clear. And not to mention that he also has Wilderness Blessing, so Ye3 wants to actually leave this lane more often than not.
You can see him just wanting to use a bit of his health bar to clear the wave. Does lose out on the trade regardless. But I mean, Todak is doing a very good job at not giving much space for Ye3 to move around.
I think that's the problem, right? Because again, Momo can't keep Ye3 in the lane unless he threatens his life total and forces him to go for a recall. But now, Lolios is in a pretty good spot.
Oh, mid side. That's first blood.
The hell happened there? Huh? He lost his flicker at the same time. Where was Zyme's Employ? Wait, Zyme's Employ is on the bottom side of the map at this point. Huh.
So they just caught him alone.
I guess they caught him with his pants down. I think they wanted to go for like an early, to sacrifice like an early wave so that Yanlord can hit level 4 on time.
Probably tried to face check and then found Rossi instead.
Yeah, man, that's really unfortunate here. Momo is going to be a little slow on that level 4, but it's totally fine. Todak maintain control over the turtle first, and will probably reset it and get Momo involved.
Ye3 looking for an opening. They're trying to wait out Jikudo. He has to flicker. Good swords to get that iframe. Turtle goes over to Max. Rossi with the revitalized and glorious pathway lays out the carpet for his team to get out.
Great stuff from both sides. Correct responses, and honestly pushing it really close to the edge here. Rossi keeping himself alive with that revitalize also helped out a lot. But now we need to look at the difference makers, which is going to be Lolios and Chiku guys. Because it looks like Chiku guys on the back foot as expected if you are playing carry into the Roger. Lolios doesn't mind taking his time. Although I will say that I would have wished he went for Warcry instead of Quantum Charge.
But Flolio?
Yeah. I feel like, you know, with the Warcry, you probably get on top of Chiku easier. Oh, hold on.
You get on top of Rossi, but he's going to turn off the glorious pathway. Uh-oh. Yellow Primal Rack in the chase now. Loli Yao has a chance right now. Jumped in like a pounce. Max to join him. And that's another kill for JP Niners.
What was that? Where was the Earth Shatter directed to? Was he trying to maybe clip Loliel's there? Like, I don't see that happening. Bit of a misplay in my eyes. But for now, with that play, it allows JP Niners to probably shred off the entirety of this gold plate. Oh no, they're leaving straight away.
They don't have a big enough minion wave, sadly.
But they have dove that. Technically, Max does have his ult. We'll see. Another kick coming in from Year 3.
Oh, Dime Tempo, you're not getting out of this one, are you? Well, with the flicker, he will.
I'm surprised that Max isn't chasing these types of kills, especially when he has ult, and especially when there's like not much fight across the map, right? He knows that his purple buff is going to spawn in about 12 seconds. He was the one who cleared it anyway, so I felt like that was a missed opportunity.
I suppose if you look at the other side of the coin, they just don't want to overextend, right? It's like maybe risk that Max is not willing to take.
I don't know, because here's the thing, like they have control over mid, and Year 3 is doing a good job at actually keeping Momo relatively like in that side of the map. Like somebody needs to break Zayim's passive anyways.
That's true. I thought they would at least attempt that. Yellow did use the flicker, so that QT has to trade his in return.
Again, both sides probably don't want to be sitting on top of the Lord, on top of the turtle as of right now. Loliel's having the time of his life.
Yeah. Oh, Chiku guy instantly uses the ult just to trade, win the trade.
I mean, he has to threaten him, unfortunately. He's not having the best laning phase in the world. Loliel's has an EXP lead over him. I wouldn't be too surprised if he also has a gold lead with the help of that assist. Wait, hold on. Momo is getting chunked here, but he's keeping Year 3 in check. He has sacrificed quite a bit. Now that we look at the level difference between the two,
it just allows Max to clear that bottom wave for free. Like Year 3 doesn't really need that much resources.
It's a pretty good time to fight, I'm not gonna lie. But nobody's opened up the map. I think Year 3 needs to turn around.
Oh, they do see it. There it is. Flicker kick. Uh-oh. Wrong direction. Revitalized. Keeping both of them alive. Rossi and Year 3. Now that's the forest pathway out of the end. They're going to run straight at Gary. He just cannot get out. Yanlo shows up. Tries to help. Momo beside him. But the damage is just not there. Tempers ablaze. Momo eats it up with the vengeance. But Rossi just tanking it up. Soak up the punishment. And Max finds the second kill.
Good stuff coming in from JP Niners. Zach QT really patient with the RWM. I thought he was going to unleash it straight away, but no. He waited it and waited for them to walk together to get both of them caught on the edge.
Yeah, and killing off Gary. Very huge. And Max is now 3-0 on this lane. To make matters worse, Loli Yao continues to have a good time. Maybe this is why he takes Quantum Charge, right? You can continue this trade pattern against the carry.
Yeah, I think it doesn't really matter per se. I would still think that he'd be winning out the matchup regardless. He's already got the Windtalker. He's looking for the endless battle at this point of time. With that being said, Rossi has been just hovering around Pixel Brush the entirety of this game, knowing that Loliel's is eventually going to have to be the carry.
Uh-oh. Maybe this read from Todak. The payoff, spotted by Rossi, sadly. So adjustments from JP Niners, right? They see no one on the map. It's like, why is no one pushing that bot wave? It's so pushed in.
Yeah, they're going to be able... They should be able to get this tier 1 on that bot side, right? We go for the proxy, you see the 2, you back away, but you still pull aggro over the wave. Max should be able to take this no problem. Wait, where did Yanlord go?
Oh, there he is.
Huh. Decided to split off. Okay, alright. Still trying to open up the map. Interesting. Because this is really scary. It's really scary for Chico guys to be walking by himself in any capacity.
Especially with both the side lane tier 1s gone. So the focus will shift to the mid side this time. Purple buff for JP Niners up in 10 seconds.
I like it. I like it. Gary is aware of Year 3, and Year 3 is also aware of the enhanced sword. So they're both playing a game of rock, paper, scissors every time they see each other on the map.
It's nice, right? If you can continuously try Gary, you just open up space for everyone else. The onwards, Year 3 gets away, turns around, finds Momo, that's the kick, flicker, and now they lay down the ice carpet on the side of Todak, but it's not enough. Momo just dropped.
Okay. Year 3 does need a little bit of work on the show. He definitely did not need to. He had an angle earlier, but just missed the opportunity. Ended up losing his flicker anyways. It's still a net profit, don't get me wrong. They're 0-5 right now, and JP Niners are kind of trying to re-simulate game number 1 all over again by controlling the river.
It didn't look cool though. Or maybe that was part of the plan, right? He pulls back and then surprises them with the flicker.
He's just playing the silver scrapes in his head. He's just flickers. Now, as they control this side of the area, yeah, perfect. Good stuff from JP. Look at the vision. They want them to walk. Come on, walk up. Yeah,
just show up
more.
We don't really need a lot of time. Full commits onto ZQT. What was that move? And it paid off. Wow, Zaim.
Dang. Yo,
that is mad.
Dude, this
guy is something else.
Wow, how did he see the angle there?
They're gonna get Lord off of this if Max doesn't pull something off. Lord is dangerously low, not even close. Gary finds the Lord. Max now gonna choose fight or flight, take Gary out first. Momo in danger, Lodi out, jumps forward. You ain't getting away with murder, not this time. Double kill for Loliel.
A 3 for nothing trade. Oh, sorry, a 3 for a lore trade. Was it worth it, Todak? Now JP Niners gonna do the same thing they did in game number 1. They're gonna proxy the wave, they're gonna take mid-tier 1, and then they're going to address the side lanes.
Man, he tried though. Zai really tried to make it work.
Dude, he lost his flicker for that. He turned it into a 4v5, flickering forward to make that happen, and they still couldn't pull through.
Still lost, sadly. Niners too strong at this moment. Makes you wonder if ZQT was in that fight, what would the result be?
It would have been so different here because ZQT is judge, jury, executioner. When the RWN touches the land of Dawn, Todak need to scatter. They don't have a direct answer to this, unfortunately. The most they have is to buy time with Zaim Senpoi, and they probably will have to flicker out of the box.
So that's a 6k goal advantage for Niners right now. Loliel feeling infinitely more confident to walk on forward. He has finally hit his peak.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Showing up, making sure that his presence is known amongst the Todak members, especially when they are in their native land. I think 4 more seconds until we expect to see the next turtle actually spawn, and I think that JP Niners, they start freezing the waves and wait it, yep, and they just soak it all up, baby. Look at them. Todak has to walk out if they want to get any farm.
Yeah, Ye3 sees them, and Razi, he's just chilling in that bush. He doesn't need to move. He moves deeper if he wants.
Man's having a party of his own. Just being chilling. There's just no waves to catch, right? And if they move as 5, they basically lose that mid-tier 2 for free, no matter what. So probably best for them to wait for these waves to stack back up. Oh man, but it's slow pushing.
It's so slow.
Dude.
It's so slow. Niners could walk bot, just crash the wave, and then it will reset. So essentially you get 1 wave every, 1.5 minutes?
This is starvation.
Oh boy.
This is what it's like to be living in the times of the bubonic plague. It's just like, if I walk out, I'm dead, man. Like,
this is the Great Famine.
Yeah, this is truly the Great Famine. It's Great Depression, in a matter of fact. The economy is looking terrible for Todak. This is 11 minutes into the game, and JP Niners could basically just wait until that Lord and set up checkmate angle on the next jungle spawn.
Okay, Loliel's pathing top side. Oh, just managed to break vision. Didn't see him on the edge. I was thinking, even if they get a gang off onto the Ye3, is it really worth it?
It probably... Oh, actually, no, it's
get
worth
tier
it.
1 top.
It's actually worth it if they're trying to contest for the Lord, right? Because the big problem is that, oh, we're trying to steal the Lord away, but then Gary gets hit by the Jeet Kune Do or like gets kicked away. He always has to reposition as soon as Ye3 shows his face.
So top is still slow pushing, but the turret is up, so that wave probably doesn't take down the structure. Todak has no choice but to come to the Lord side. Oh, Ye3, very dangerous. Sees the conceal, spots up 4 members of Todak. Get the Ring of Punishment Revitalize used very early to keep Ye3 topped up. Earth Shatter to break the engage. Loliel ready for a dive. He is so far forward. Whoa, that Lycan Pouncer. Loliel rolls away. Gary is here. Enhanced Chains. Purify out from Loliel. They hit the back. Yanlord takes him out. Momo helps him as well. JP Niners overextends. And there's 4 dead. And they leave Max out. Max finds the 2nd kill on the Todak. But there's still 3 more left alive.
Take the tier 2. I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. I don't understand why JP were so adamant to force that fight. There was no reason to force that fight. They've already dropped like a good number of abilities. Just back up and reset. I don't understand it. Lolios did not need to lose out on his Purify. Rossi did not need to use the Revitalize that early on. Even Yan3 with the way that he flickered forward is... let's see how the late game is going to play. If they get an inhibitor, they're very lucky for the JP Niners, but the stalemate finally breaks.
I mean, Loliao ate the full 10-piece chicken nugget combo, right? Just ate every single spell under the sun. In a choke point, right? You thought that's where Niners shine, but apparently not.
Yeah. They literally had the most the most advanced minion wave setup known to man, and then they overextend on the fight thinking like, oh yeah, our gold lead has doubled, even though none of us were soaking up the waves.
They're hungry, let's fight them, you know?
I can't piece it together. They could have... I guess they got a little impatient. I think that's the only way that would explain JP Niners forcing that fight. But here we go. Todak now going to start pushing back.
This is where we see if JP Niners can recover from that, right? Once things get rough, Max is going to be off on doing his own thing, but it's all about keeping the inhibitor standing, and JP Niners at least will be able to accomplish that. Bottom waves dealt with as well. Ye3 will try to keep the mid wave cleared up, but unfortunately, that is not doable.
Oh, look at that gold lead just dwindle so fast. They lost 3k or 2.9, depending on how you want to look at it. The differential is closing down, and soon it's not going to matter very much once they hit 42k, and the cores all have their items.
Man, the primary gold leads all in Max.
Huh.
Look at that.
Dang. Well, I mean, he's not complete with his build just yet. Either Gary is poor or Max is ultra rich, and I think it's just Max being ultra rich. BOD as well. This guy's so greedy.
So he really doesn't... So actually, Todak isn't too far behind, right? Like everyone else is almost the same.
Yep.
Uh-oh, this is... I mean, this is very scary. If you're Niners, Ye3. Wow, spots out the whole gang squad.
Nice. That's how you should be playing Cho, man. You should be face checking all the time. You've got the kit to deal with it. You just got to be ultra prepared and have some fast hands. Speaking of which, Ye3 at this point in time is itemization going into MR. He got a very early immortality and then opted to go for a radiant armor, knowing that his main problems is going to be Yanlord, Zyme Simpoint, as well as Gary. If it faces off against Chiku, it really doesn't matter. Against Momo as well, both of which are just going to sandbag each other. So really smart optimization in terms of items.
Ye3, are you going to check this one?
He sees Momo. I don't know. No. The way that Yanlord is pathing, he probably wouldn't have seen that as well.
Rossi will see this for sure.
Momo's like, okay, thanks, bye. I'm out. I'm gonna deal with the wave. You wanna come out? You wanna have some fun? You better bring some friends.
Zyme, I think Zyme found Ye3. Yep. Did drop a block of ice into the bush. So Lord number 3 up right now. Niners, as always, gets priority. Max is definitely not there yet. Needs to set up the side waves first.
Yeah, just a little bit some housekeeping first from the side of JP. I don't know if Todak knows whether or not... Oh,
wait, they're tied together! Momo tied them up, Zach, able to get away in time. Now Glorious Pathway is so defensive.
Okay, that's one big ult gone, and 2 battle spells at the same time. Todak, go back into the stalemate for, because right now even they recognize that they used a good number of ults just to try to make that happen.
Now this is where it gets very important.
Get up!
There's the kick. They found the kick onto Gary, keep him in place. Sword to get out. RWM on the edge and allows Loliao to jump in. Zach Yuti with a setup. And now JP Niners can truly strike. Vengeance spot by Momo. Ye3 loses immortality, but Loliao getting to town is the hunt for JP Niners. 3 kills for them, and they don't need the lore right now. They're about to head down mid lane for the end.
Beautiful setup from the Niners. This is what Anja and Chico were talking to the team about. How we want to play our composition.
And there's nothing that Todak could do. Chico, guys, kicked away from his own crystal. JP Niners breaks Todak in half.
Wow. Great stuff from JP. Everything felt telegraphed. Everything was engineered. The fight was engineered. Every single time they won that fight, the same exact sequence happens over and over again. Gary gets kicked. Gary has to use enhanced swords. Then the RWM lands. And then Roderick comes in for the execution to make sure that they are truly out of gas.
And they clean up the act in the late game. Congratulations, JP Niners. Let's throw it to Rose to talk to our winners.
Makin lama, makin consistent. Pasukan JP Niners mendapatkan 2 mata menentang Todak. first of all guys, congratulations. Okay, Rasi. I nak tanya Rasi. JP Niners expect tak Gatot Kaca untuk counter Fanny di game pertama? Expected. So coach memang semua.
Tasi itu user sih.
Ha?
Itu user.
Oh. Okay. Nampaknya semua happy. Semua sangat-sangat happy. Okay guys, ini adalah satu kemenangan yang agak penting juga sebab ini adalah minggu diraja, minggu keempat MPL Malaysia. Maksud tu, teams need to start securing wins untuk increase their chance layak ke playoffs. Alright, mana Zak QT?
Zak.
Okay, Zak. Another win lepas kalah minggu lepas. Apa yang jadi dalam pasukan JP Niners? Macam mana korang bounce back bila korang face kekalahan? Dan macam mana mental state members? Okay tak sekarang?
Yang kalah minggu lepas tu kita orang dah review hari tu. Lepas tu kita orang cuba ubah apa yang betul. So itulah. Sekarang dah okay.
Mental players semua dah ready untuk playoffs ke?
InsyaAllah semua dah ready.
Bau-bau kuat tau masuk playoffs ni sebab you guys are getting consistent, you guys are getting wins left and right. So kalau korang layak ke playoffs, korang nak jumpa mana? Siapa?
Apa?
Kalau korang layak ke playoffs, korang nak jumpa siapa?
Tak kisah sih, tak kisah sangat sebab kalau playoff kita just tunggu lah kita opponent, kita kaji kita punya opponent. So tak kisah siapa.
Study je bila korang dah dapat schedule, jadual semua. I like that. Okay, I really like that. Alright guys, korang nampak perlawanan yang sengit dan seru. Siapa yang layak jadi MVP perlawanan ini? MBSJ, any names? Okay, I dengar 2 nama. Jom, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Rasi. Okay, Rasi, next match JP Niners korang akan lawan Team Hawk. Okay, now you rasa dah ready ke JP Niners untuk lawan Team Hawk?
Always ready.
Always ready. Wow, I like that. I really like that. Siapa yang you nak jumpa dekat Team Hawk? You nak jumpa Miko ke? Sebab dia pun apa ni, roamer ke? You ada your eyes on someone?
I think Panda.
Panda? Kenapa Panda?
Banyak orang cakap dia jago banget.
Okay. Alright, Max, next game Team Hawk. Ada box dalam tu. Ex-teammate awak. Apa awak nak cakap dekat box? Janganlah. Cakaplah Max.
Good luck.
Okay. Tak ada apa-apa lagi?
Enggak, have fun.
Dia macam fill in the blanks tau dia ni. Bagi dekat Anja, kita bagi seru sikit. Anja.
Ya.
Minggu lepas, I masuk bilik awak kan? I masuk playroom awak. Lepas tu, I rasa itu seru Saturday ke Jumaat, dah lupa dah. Tapi masa tu I tanya dia rasa Todak boleh menang ke tak. Lepas tu dia cakap, apa dia cakap? Saiful tak buat kerja ke? Hari ni awak dah cakap apa dekat Saiful?
Dekat Saiful lah. Saiful. Aduh, come on Saiful. Saya akan, ini karena kau buat Saiful, saya akan cakap ayat legendary saya. Woi Saiful, kau tak buat kerja ke?
Cakap thank you pula lepas cakap macam tu. Dah, Year 3, kita bagi cool sikit, Year 3. Yes. Kita cool boy.
Sorry.
Okay, apa yang yes, Year 3, yeah, semualah. Apa yang you nak cakap kepada fans yang hadir ke MBSJ, tengok perlawanan korang hari ini?
Untuk fans yang datang hari ni, yang datang stadium, thank you sebab datang sebab support kita orang. Meluangkan masa untuk tengok match kita orang. View dekat TikTok, dekat semua tempat platform. Terima kasih banyak fans Todak, terima kasih datang meramaikan. Thank you sangat. Tanpa korang kita orang tak semeriah macam dulu lagi. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih. Dah cakap dah, bagi dia terus cool terus. Alright, thank you very much. Korang dah boleh celebrate korang punya win. Yeti memang good boy. Anca not that good. Alright guys, so that's it. Minggu diraja hari pertama. Tapi sebelum tu, actually kita akan display QR code so that korang as audience boleh rate performance players yang main hari ini. And korang boleh bagi feedback performance mereka. And of course, semua orang akan baca ni. Munton, organisasi dan player juga boleh baca. So, don't forget to scan the QR code. And with that, mari kita dengar mic check daripada pasukan JP Niners.
Gua gada ya.
Mereka berempat.
Sabar ya guys.
Aman. Goti. That's funny.
Aman aja bro.
Nice one. Rata.
Gas.
Rata. And. Bisa. Sama. Orang.
Santai.
Tawa guys.
Orang.
Tawa.
Nice one.
Nice. Coba. Flicker, cow.
Ini coba mati nih.
Let's go. Wall lagi.
Kejar.
Lihat Goldie.
Alat.
Alat guys. Flicker.
Gua kejar.
Gas.
Ayo alat fake sih.
Boleh.
Gas.
Julian.
Nice.
Kejar.
Gas.
Ini. Aurora, gak ada flicker.
Gas aja.
Hit langsung. Make lu bawa. Oke.
Skill sih dia.
Boleh.
Tabrak yuk.
Dapat.
Julian target. Julian. Lihat Cici guys.
Aman. Kejar yuk.
Boleh.
Gua sakit.
Tarik guys.
Sama. Edit.
Yo, aja.
Masih lama.
Menang guys.
Oh iya.
Gua langsung depanin ya. Torlok. Guys, torlok guys.
Nice.
Congratulations to the JP Niners once more for their 2-1 victory over Todak. That's going to place them in top 3 for sure. And the road ahead looks very promising if they want to make it to playoffs.
Absolutely, man. I mean, look at these highlights. Even the mic check gave a good amount of insight. Their comms seem to be really clean overall. It's getting a little hectic here, but you know, when you got people like Rossi who's that vocal with Max as well, they seem to be very much in the same wavelength. They get the team on the same wavelength at the same time. That's why we're seeing a lot of these plays look so coordinated. And more importantly, I was hoping to see in that mic check how exactly they wanted to progress in that fight. Like, had they already set plans beforehand? Did they do it on the fly? And it looks like this is something that they've repeatedly practiced over the week.
Yeah, it does feel like it. And for Rossi, our MVP of the match, in both games that he won, he only went down once and he had 20 assists.
Ridiculous. So ridiculous. 91% team kill participation. Oh my goodness. You would imagine that the stat would have dropped down, especially after going for 3 games and game 1 being 90%. So it's like, man, that means he got like, what, 90.5 on both games? And they're like, we might as well round it up.
I mean, to be fair, it's only taking into account game 1 and 3, right? Game 2, probably not so much, but still madly impressive. This game, the only time that only 5 kills that Todak has was probably from that sort of the only major team fight win. And afterwards, it's all JP Niners.
Yeah, I don't know. This side of Todak, it's really difficult to get through this composition from the side of JP, right? Especially now that you have like a secondary threat on top of everything else who's able to face check for you. It doesn't necessarily have to be Rossi, and it's also why you're seeing that Rossi is pretty generous with the glorious pathway. Sees an opportunity, might as well do it, right? The only person who has to be patient is Lolios and Zach QT, which I would argue, my God, there were so many angles that he probably could have used the RWM, but he kept on holding on to that ult.
And he understood that they didn't need his ult to start any fights, right? He just need to be there and to catch stragglers. Again, like you said, the modus operandi for JP Niners, very obvious. They didn't really need to change much, and it worked out at the very end. You know, sort of caught Gary slacking a little bit, and that was converted into a game win.
Yeah, I think that unfortunately, I don't even necessarily think it's Gary's fault, because again, if not, he probably would have been like 1-8-3 rather than 1-3-3. Like, this is not the worst outcome, and it's 17 minutes, right? It's a pretty low kill count game for an MPL MY towards MPL MY standards. Even Momo, I think again, EXP laners should not have to sacrifice this much, right? He walks out of the lane the first time, equal level. Walks out of the lane the second time, he's already down a level, 9-10, which is like, what? Why? Why is he losing out in this way?
I think, well, I assume it's because of just the nature of Niners draft, right? Yetri constantly leaves the lane, and Momo probably felt compelled to help his team, who is kind of getting ran down. Kind of feels like game 1, honestly, right? You can see a bit of a pattern of game 1 where Momo on that export had to also leave his lane because the Niners were basically hard targeting his teammates.
Yeah, but I don't like it. I really don't like it in a meta that we have right now, which is so snowbally with so many different assassins, and even these fights really just dragging out, so having a shorter cooldown is necessary. But I think that Todak if they want to like fully utilize Momo, because again, Momo has gotten Todak as an organization through some of the toughest times in their history, and yet they still demand him to sacrifice his lane, especially when Chiku Guys was pretty much free going against Loliels. I think there should have been a little bit more support on Momo's side to win out that lane against Ye3, even if it's just a single kill, even if it's just a single recall. That will put Momo in the driver's seat.
There also, you just break the tier 1, right? You need to like kind of get him out of that lane.
Well, that too. That was another problem. They didn't have a lot of structural, like, the only person who can technically touch these structures would have been Chiku Guys. I just feel that Zyme Senpoi wasn't fully utilized as well to make those big dives happen, and I think they needed to make some sacrifices, but Todak's like, no sacrifices whatsoever.
Yeah, we need to make sure that Chiku Guys gets a good game, so Momo, you come over.
Yeah, you pay the tax.
Gary, you come. Zyme, what was that flicker? But good on you. No, we lost the fight. What is this?
Oh, man. Dude, Zyme Senpoi, that was such an incredible flicker, and I really thought that was going to change the landscape of the game, because that QT still had RWM. He also still had his flicker. Even he wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, he lost everything, right? I mean, that was kind of the tipping point for Todak, but it still didn't work out. It's pretty unfortunate. I mean, JP Niners, they did have some slip-ups, but nothing too big that they can't recover from.
Absolutely. Again, I feel like JP is now really finding themselves. I do hope they continue to evolve. Obviously, it's going to be JP Niners all across the Hall of Fame boards. Rich Guy going over the Max Carry, going over the Zach QT, Sandbag, and Best Wingman. I mean, without having to say, without a doubt, it's Rossi. This guy played so well today.
Wow, I mean, at least we know that JP Niners can run a Cho XP, right? Because he actually played a mean Cho.
Yep, he did not whiff his flicker. He did not whiff his flicker. Third hit of his G Kundo. I do think that he is still a little inexperienced. He probably could have held his flicker a couple of times, but hey, he has plenty of time to grow. And so far, the current standard is good enough to beat Todak. That's a +1 for me.
Definitely a +1. And who thought the JP Niners, well, currently is in top 3 for sure, but they still got 3 more series to go. We'll see if kind of that changes down the road, because they haven't faced off against MV, haven't faced off against SRG. They're running the gauntlet, I think.
I think first off, against Hawk, they've got some pretty good odds, and I think with the way that they're playing this specific composition is actually well-tuned for Team Hawk. So hopefully Hawk does take a couple of notes on how this composition is played, especially if Roger, which I find surprising, right? I would imagine that Todak at some point would have gotten rid of the Fire Mist first. Yeah, they eventually did. The Ruby was still available, but they refused to... They thought that Ruby was more of a threat rather than the flexibility of the Roger.
Yeah, that as well, right? Roger went through to Niners 3 times the entire series, both 2 times in jungle, 1 time in the goal lane, and this was a Roger last pick.
Yeah!
So it's a bit surprising that Todak, actually they let it slip, or they just considered it to not be a threat at all.
It's interesting because it felt like Todak was falling into the drafting pattern of JP. Like, there's obvious things that you have to answer. Like, you're dealing with a high loss, you need a tank buster, obviously. So it's like, man, there's not a lot of heroes that do that, and you don't want to play Dairoth in the EXP lane, so we'll give you carry.
Kind of outdated, unfortunately.
Yeah.
If they Dairoth, they'll probably give it to Gary. It's like, Gary, you do this.
Oh, man. He's going to be having, like, PTSD flashbacks.
It'll be the worst game of his life, actually. Like, how do you dive this comp?
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. In terms of, like, itemization, I will give it to Ye3. I think it's really smart of him of picking up the Radiant armor and then immediately just go straight into the Immortality.
Even picked up the Encourage, right? Just to buff up his team in the later games. Here is the current standings after that series. SRG and Team Vamos still at the top, first and second. JP Niners shoot up to 3rd spot after the 2-1 win over Todak, pushing Monster Vicious down to 4th. Todak sits in 5th, Homeboys in 6th. So for now, these 6 teams will have a chance to qualify for playoffs, followed by Ready Sports and Team Hawk. No playoffs, but not relegated. And Team Ray and RCMY in the red zone.
Knowing Haru even just a little bit, he's not even concerned. It's like, all right, we get knocked down to 4th place, but we still have plenty more games compared to everybody, compared to JP Niners. So that spot is going to be contested real soon. But at the very least, we now have like a rough idea of where the Kingmakers might set themselves up. Like SRG feels like if they win their upcoming match this week, they should be in a very nice position to make it straight into the upper bracket and maybe even jumping a spot.
With that being said, here it is. Tomorrow's schedules on your screen. Ready Sports and Team Hawk to open the curtains, and then one of the most anticipated showdowns, Selangor Red Giants against Team Vamos. And for the closing act, we got RSG MY against Monster Vicious.
Oof. Red versus Team Hug. That'll be interesting to see. SRG versus Vamos, also one of the big matches that everybody's been anticipating for a very long time, because Vamos, majority of the 4 out of the 5 members basically came from Homeboys initially and also represented us during MSC. So you would only imagine that the 2 international veteran teams would probably give us a good time.
If you include the coach for Team Vamos, right? 5 out of the 6 original members won season 12, so this is going to be quite an interesting one. And it also puts the question of which team is better to rest tomorrow. So we'll finally find out whether Team Vamos is really going to be that team.
Yeah, hopefully they are. I do hope that Vamos, despite its new inception, that these players continue to succeed. And I think that SRG needs to be challenged anyways, just to kind of figure out the holes early on before we get to the international.
And even last season, back when some of the members were on Homeboys, they came pretty close, right? 6-game grand finals, and there were moments that it really came down to outplay. But that's the end of today. Remember, tomorrow is one of the biggest matches in the history of MPL MY regular season. So we'll leave it to you. Same time tomorrow. We're going to sign off. It's Husky and GDQ. Goodbye.